Please note that this content is for educational purposes and for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. More details available in the description box. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime and we are here on a Saturday to watch a trial together. It's happening today in real time because the jury is sequestered in this case. So if any of you are wondering why we're watching a trial on a Saturday, that's why, okay? Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons. We had a Patreon live drop, which is like a YouTube premiere earlier. So if you missed it, if you are on Patreon, do go check that out. You might want to see that. And then welcome to all my members, subscribers, any locals in chat, anyone from Tennessee here, let us know as well. It's always nice to see locals in chat. And thank you for all the emails, everyone. Before we get started, I quickly want to ask, can you please check if you are subscribed? Because to my shock and horror, one of my OG moderators, who's been here from like day one, literally showed me a screenshot today that she had been unsubscribed and she didn't know it. Like, that is a shock when your own moderators can get automatically unsubscribed by YouTube. Wow, please do check that you are subscribed so that you don't miss out on any, of the notifications. Make sure notifications are on and all of that, right? Okay, so let us bring up this trial day. The judge said it should last today. He said they should be in at 10:30. Obviously, we're starting later on purpose. So please know that we start later on purpose because we want to skip over breaks. It's from a little bit of peeking. I was naughty. I was peeping over there. They've had quite a few breaks already and they're now on lunch break. So we will catch up in no time. And so let us get the sound going.
Proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Let's hope that the camera people behave today because the judge, if you missed it yesterday, at the end of the trial day, the judge admonished the media, the camera crew, saying that they are zooming in on the defendant. And of course, then it means then they're zoomed in to the defense attorney's laptops and then everybody can see what they're viewing. And they were viewing court TV. So yes, they're allowed to, but like they don't want that to be streamed in that way, right? Right. So yeah, let's hope that the camera people behave because the judge said if they don't, he's gonna kick the media out of this trial, and we don't want that to happen, right? That will really suck. Welcome, Holly. Okay, so you guys are all saying yes, still all good, still subscribe. Okay, very nice. Thank you so much. Lastly, I will stop talking in a moment. You're like, man, she talks a lot. I watched this little interview, right? It was a short clip. That's why I said a little clip of the defense attorney, again, being interviewed by, I think the channel is WJHL, by Ansley Daniel. And the defense attorney mentioned, when asked, well, are we ever going to know who the real father is of Evelyn? He said he will wait for that to be, brought up on the record in court. So they do know. It's not like it's a mystery. They do know. I think social media also kind of knows, but I don't want to speculate that. I want to hear it in the courtroom. I want to hear what they say. So hopefully we'll find out.
Jury's ready to bring in.
One stand, please.
This judge really knows how to command a room. Hey, everybody stand, please. Everyone's like, psh. Thank you, Samantha. Before the judge questions them again, I wanted to also say that I've received quite a few emails and I actually missed the part where when the defense attorneys were cross-examining Hunter Wood's dad, the defense attorney actually said, did Hunter ever describe feeling like someone was stealing his thoughts? And he asked that in many different ways. He asked a few times. There was a sidebar in between. But when he came back, he asked, did he think that putting foil on his head would prevent that? That was interesting. If the jury heard that, I wonder if it brought in any reasonable doubt for anyone. I'm sure the state's evidence would obviously help to prove their case. But I just see on social media, things have taken a bit of a turn where people are now like, could Hunter be involved? And people don't quite believe, that he was, because he was only checked into this mental facility 2 months ago. They say that's convenient, especially because Megan Boswell said that his mother would do anything for him. I don't know. I don't like to speculate about all that, especially not when it's relating to mental health. So I'm not going to do that. But I did think you guys call it aluminum in America. It's literally spelled differently in the UK, in South Africa, in Europe. It's aluminium for us. So, it was interesting that he actually asked that question. I totally missed that he asked about the foil. So it is there on Randy Wood's testimony. You can re-listen to it and find it there.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, when we left, I gave you certain admonitions. Does any juror have anything to report about those admonitions? If you do, raise your hand. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors have raised their hand. General, please.
State would call Steve Williams.
Steve.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Steve Williams?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Scoot up close to the mic. Speak up loud.
Okay,
Thank you. There you go. You're Steve Williams, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you were previously employed with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. How long were you employed there?
Just under 34 years.
All right. So back in February of 2020, were you working at the Sheriff's Office?
That's correct, sir.
And what was your position or assignment there within the Sheriff's Office?
I was lieutenant over criminal investigations.
And during that time, in February of 2020, did you assist in the investigation of a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I did.
And specifically, did you participate in interviewing the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, at the time at which you interviewed Miss Boswell, had other detectives already spoken with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware, did you know what she had already told them?
Yes.
All right. So, what was the information or what did you know about Evelyn's disappearance and Miss Boswell's involvement before you went in to talk with her?
I just knew that she had told that her daughter was missing, that it come in through DCS that her daughter was missing, and we was trying to follow up on her daughter being missing.
Okay. Where did you talk with her?
At the sheriff's office in criminal investigations division in the interview room.
Okay. And this interview room, does it have the ability to sit outside and listen to the interview as they're going on?
Yes.
All right. Did you listen to the interviews that were done by the other detectives?
Some of them and parts of them. I can't say I heard every one of them.
All right.
Gerda says he looks really bedonderd. That means like really, I guess, pissed off. Bedonderd. He does look quite bedonderd, this one, yeah. Very snarky. We like him, though. We're not snarking at him.
And is this interview room located over at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
And is that here in Blantonville and Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went in to speak with her, let me ask you this, what was your approach in speaking with her? Did you take a different tack than the other detectives had taken, or
Well, I just went in and was just being nice to her and trying to talk with her. I reckon you'd say civilly and not browbeat her or anything.
All right. And was your interview with her recorded?
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming to court here today, did you have a chance to watch that interview?
Yes.
And was it a true and accurate recording of that interview that you had with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I'm going to move to introduce that as Exhibits 182.
No objection.
And at this time, I would ask to play that for the jury.
Oh my, okay, so we're gonna need a trigger warning for our ears because if it's a police interview of Megan Boswell, all that I would say alleged fake crying, sure, it can get on one's nerves. Let's see what she says this time. Will it be a new story this time?
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Steve Williams. Hold on just a second, okay? I'm going.
I can't go nowhere.
They've been talking to you about your child, right?
Yeah.
And where was the last time you saw your child? I'm coming on and telling them.
Right after Christmas.
Where?
Ethan.
Okay. And you say Ethan, does that mean Ethan's in Louisiana or Ethan's?
In Blanton. Like I told him, I don't know if he took and dropped her off somewhere right after I dropped her to him, but I don't know what's going on.
Where did you give her to Ethan at?
Blanton. I was grandparents' house.
Okay. And what's his grandparents' name?
I know his grandma's name is Sherry, but I do not know his grandpa's name.
Okay. Have you ever been there?
Once or twice.
And you've met him?
I've met Carl.
And that's his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you I didn't know his name, but as soon as you asked me, it spit right on my mouth.
that's no problem.
Am I asking any questions here or not?
No. We'll be done in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Why, are you in a hurry?
I mean, like, no, but if they're going to keep questioning me and keeping me a line, like, I want an attorney.
Okay.
Because I'm not lied to them.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the last time you saw your child was at Ethan's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you took your child to Ethan's grandparents' house, right?
Right, but I never walked in. We stood in the driveway.
Okay. And what was you driving?
I was driving my Cruise that I don't have anymore. It was a red 2018 Cruise. It's like a little Chevy sedan.
Yeah. Okay. And was Ethan staying there?
I mean, I guess he was. I don't know. He just had me come up there.
Did you see Ethan there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see his grandfather there?
No. Me and Ethan stood outside and talked. Kind of like away from the house.
Okay.
Like the house was like over here where he parked his car was like towards the trees of the house. And we were standing like towards this side of his car.
Okay. And you dropped Evelyn?
Mm-hmm.
And
Put the car in his car and everything.
what kind of car was he driving?
A 2018 Nissan Versa. It's black.
Okay. And then that was Christmas Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then after Christmas Day, do you communicate with him again?
He won't talk to me.
But
On New Year's Eve, and sort of on New Year's, I guess, me and him argue back and forth.
on text message or,
No,
or actual?
on the phone.
Okay. So actually talking. to
Yes,
each
he would get mad and hang up, and then I'd call back, and he'd answer for a little bit, get mad and hang up, and then just quit answering.
other. Did he say he had Evelyn in?
Yes. And I left him tons of voicemails, and I was like, look, like, if you want me to leave where I'm at, like, I'll come spend New Year's with you and Evelyn, like, I just want us to be there as a family, you know what I mean? I was like, I'll come to where you are.
Where was he at then?
I think he was at his friend's house.
Who's his friend?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Friend around here or friend?
Friend around here.
Okay. And you don't know who this friend is?
He doesn't tell me anything.
Okay. How long have y'all dated before?
Like 3 years, maybe 4.
Okay. But you didn't
3
know
years,
his-
yeah.
And you didn't know his friend?
No, I was never allowed to be around any of his friends.
Okay. And then, did you ever call him and say, hey, where's Evelyn? It's been,
I've tried to
2
call
weeks.
and he won't answer. I would leave voice messages, he wouldn't call back. And honestly, like I was telling them, like I had Evelyn for like over a year and he never checked on her and I had to support her by myself. So when I got up here, I was like, you can take care of your daughter for a little bit. Not that I don't love my daughter, want to be with her, you know what I'm saying, but I was like, you don't help me at all. Like I want you to see how it feels to have no help.
so he didn't help you financially or
No.
taking care of her?
No.
He was in the military.
Yeah, like he would never even be like, hey, like, is she okay? Or like try to check on her or help me at all.
Does
You
he
know?
live in a house down there?
I don't know.
And you don't know where she's at? And the last time you saw her was Christmas? Right.
Right.
Have you went to his grandparents' house? And asked
Yeah,
them
but
where
nobody was there when I went.
she- Okay. Have you called them and asked them where she's at? Okay. And what brought
So based on everything we've heard so far, we know she's lying her butt off. Ellie B from Tennessee says, she's giving me Letitia vibes. Me too, a little bit, right? It's the way she speaks in these police interviews and just her demeanor. It's I'm judging, okay, but she's got a sadistic vibe. I'm judging based on the context and what she's been charged with and what we've seen so far and how much she neglected Evelyn. And you know, when she just said, well, I wanted him to see what it's like if, to feel what it's like if you don't have help. I feel like that was projected on little Evelyn, you know. It's very sad.
you here today?
I guess my dad called.
So you still haven't heard from her about somebody's call about her,
Yeah.
right? And you have no idea where she's at? Okay. Have you tried to find her?
I mean, yeah, like I called, you won't answer me. I didn't know he went back to the Army until today. Like that was news to me when they came in here like, oh, he's from Louisiana.
Have you went to court
No.
to try?
To be honest with you, I was really trying to be civil over it, and like I said, I supported her for like over a year, and I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, like that's fine by me, you know what I'm saying? My mom had a baby when I was like 12, 13, I don't remember, 2013, so I guess I was 12. And like I had to basically raise him. She had 2015, like I had to basically raise her, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was like I had 3 kids all the time.
Okay.
And I was like, it's his kid, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, like, by all means, you know what I mean, I'm all for it. And like I said, it's nothing, I don't love Evelyn or want to be with her, but it's just, you know what I mean, it is what it is.
Does he have a girlfriend?
Ethan? He might, I don't know, he used to. She lived in like, I don't know if they were dating, let me take that back. I know he was
Yesterday we heard Ethan thinking, he was thinking at this time that they were still kind of dating. He said it wasn't healthy, not a healthy relationship, and he was in the Army, but he thought they were still actually kind of together, you know? So her just being like, I don't know. And like, did you search for Evelyn? Yeah, I tried to call him, you know, but he didn't answer. That's not the answer. You didn't search for her. We obviously know why, but oh my goodness.
talking to her, but she lives in like really sketchy apartments in Kingsville, like the government housing one. I'll say her cloud, but I guess that's torn down, so I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So if you was guessing where she was at, where would you say she was at?
I don't know if he dropped her off somewhere or somebody or what he did, so I don't know.
Well, but they have to be somebody he trusted to
Right.
drop her off. So who would you think that he would trust so much besides his grandparents?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I didn't know he really talked to his grandparents that much. Ethan never told me anything about his personal life. Like, especially after he got in the Army, like, he just was not talking about it. I don't care how much I tried, he just was not talking about it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
And also when he was in the Army, he'd go like months without talking to me,
Well,
before and after I had Evelyn.
well,
Well, he was in the army doing pretty important things, and he said they didn't have their phone. They could like access their phone maybe once a month or so, but he said that he wrote her letters. She's so ungrateful, okay? Right? And even though it sounds like, I mean, by media reports, it sounds like she grew up in a chaotic home. Her parents struggled with substance abuse. Both of them were in and out of jail. There was domestic violence. Her mother allegedly tried to, or had stabbed her dad in the neck with a pen, and the dad rode over a guy that the mother was having an affair with, all sorts. So when she said that she was practically raising her younger siblings, basically like being a mom at, 12, 13, 14, okay, that sucks, but you still can't kill a baby. You can't throw your baby away if you're like, I'm sick of this. Okay, then find the right way. So many people loved Evelyn. So many people would have looked after her. Right? Oh my goodness. Okay. Peniel says, if you don't read the subtitles and focus on voice, you just ma. It's just like very, yes, that.
You're in the military, sometimes you're out in the field and stuff like that, you can't just...
Well, yeah, I understand that, but sometimes she would just get mad and just not talk to me, you know what I'm saying, like long periods of time, and I know that wouldn't be...
Right. Okay. So if you could help us right now,
with.
does he have Facebook?
Yeah.
Physical loss on Facebook?
Not really.
Do you have Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have communicate on Facebook?
He does not respond. I think he's blocked me on Facebook and he blocked me on Instagram. So we didn't want to talk.
He literally said that they still talked on Facebook and Instagram. Is she being serious right now? They probably, doesn't she know these are police officers? They can back that up. Welcome to Saturday court, everyone. The jury sequestered. So there's court happening today.
Did you participate?
And tomorrow they'll probably have an outing, We've seen this, I think is our second or third trial together where the jury sequestered. One of them we couldn't see, which was the Delphi one. But then they talked about having outings. Yeah, I think this is our third one we're watching together with the jury sequestered. And then they say on a Sunday they're going, I don't know what, to the movies or wherever. That always sounds like, oh, that's nice for them. And a day off, and then they're back on Monday again, right? I think this trial will take a little bit longer than 2 weeks. I think it'll take quite a bit of time, right? At the pace they're going.
In any other interviews with the defendant?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything else as far as the investigation was concerned?
I assisted other officers in the investigation.
Okay. You continue to do other things?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good, thank you for asking. What time did you take this interview?
Sorry, I'm going to pause already. Don't you just, if you were to review that, isn't it like when when people, it's like a cold call. Good morning, how are you? Fine, and you? Thank you for asking. No. Don't do that.
I don't recall what time of day it was. I think it was in the evening.
Okay. It's my understanding at this point that Megan had been interviewed by Tracy Haraz and a DCS worker, and then later by Michelle Gillum, and then you. Is that correct?
I couldn't tell you the exact order of the people who went in and interviewed before me or after me. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Okay. Your interview in those other interviews that day, they were basically a continuation of the same interview with different people. Is that?
There were several officers and agents that or several officers that interviewed her that day.
Okay, but was it basically a continuation? I've talked to her, now you go talk to her and see if you get more?
Yes.
At one point, she asked you for an attorney.
No, sir.
But you didn't feel like she did?
No, sir. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
Okay.
She didn't say, I want an attorney. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
You had instructed her not to go anywhere?
The sheriff's office is a secure facility, and we can't have people walking up and down the halls of the sheriff's office.
Okay, so she wasn't free to leave the room she was in.
If she wanted...
Well,
I do like this cross-examination. If your sound is glitching or something's glitching, YouTube's doing a lot of updates. Leave the chat, come back, refresh your page, and make sure your YouTube app is updated on your device, because they are doing a lot of updates, okay? So that should fix it. It fixed it for others the other days. Sure. Yeah, defense is going to get nowhere with this guy.
Overruled for now.
after she asked for an attorney, let me ask you this, had she been Mirandized?
Yes, she had.
Did you do that?
No.
Do you know who did?
No, sir.
How do you know she had?
Because we'd seen the interview. And we wouldn't be in there talking to her if she hadn't been Mirandized.
But you don't know who did it, and you can't say that you did it.
I can say that I didn't do it.
You can say that you didn't do it, right?
That's correct.
But you can't say who did.
No, sir.
And as it relates to her question for an attorney, and this will be kind of my last question on that, you didn't stop questioning her. You said, do you want to talk to me? You continued asking her questions, correct?
That's correct, because she never asked for an attorney.
Was that the entirety of the interview we saw?
Yes, I was walking out the door, and she asked me if she needed an attorney, and I can't answer that for her.
So she asked you about that again?
She asked me if she needed one, and I can't answer that for her. She's 18, old enough to go in the military, old enough to fight in war, so I can't answer that for her. She's an adult.
Yeah, defense. The jury heard that, because the defense would be like, shame, she was only 18. When she lost her baby, she didn't know what to do. That's the defense's strategy, right? Ooh, so this didn't go well for them by being like, well, she's 18, she can go to the army. She's an adult. Yes, she was an adult making those decisions, allegedly, based on her accusations, the charges, right? 20 charges that she's facing. The max sentence she's facing is life without the possibility of parole because of her age at the time, even though it's a death penalty state. They didn't seek the death penalty in this case. Shura said she asked for an attorney, and you know it. Thank you for your sticker.
What time did you come on shift that day? Do you know?
I usually come to work at 8 o'clock, but I can't tell you that day. It was probably 8 a.m.
I'm just trying to nail down the time period.
It would have probably been in the evening if I was guessing late afternoon.
By late afternoon, you mean before 6 o'clock?
It would have been right around 6 o'clock if I was guessing that day.
Okay. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. It's good to see you.
Yes, sir. You too.
Can you read it?
There you go.
Is he free to go?
Yes. Let's see. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Your release from this proceeding is ready to go.
Thank you, sir.
Tara Allen said she couldn't ask for money from Ethan because he wanted a DNA test to confirm that the baby was his before paying her. Interesting. I see it. I think his grandfather took the stand as well and said something like that as well. So yeah, probably that. And Ethan did say he sent her about $100, once or so. But yeah, he wanted a DNA test. So M. Ismi said he is not letting them have not one moment. Yes.
State was called Joey Strickler.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Joseph Strickler.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us your, actually just spell your last name for us for the record.
Strickler, Strickler.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
The 2nd Judicial District Attorney General's Office.
Okay. How long have you been employed there?
Since September of 2021.
Okay. And what is your title there?
Victim Witness Coordinator.
Okay. And prior to that, were you employed in law enforcement?
Yes. Sullivan. Excuse
Okay,
me.
go ahead. Tell me where. Yeah.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. What was your title at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
Captain over Criminal Investigations.
Okay. And how long had you been captain of criminal investigations?
I was with the department for 30 years before I retired, and on 2 different occasions, it was several years.
Okay. So could you give the jury just a brief rundown of your experience with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
I started out in as a when I graduated from college, I started out as a corrections officer and worked my way up to a patrolman, and from patrolman went into detective division, and then worked my way up through the ranks there to being a captain over the criminal investigation division.
Okay. And were you employed in that capacity in late 2019 and early 2020?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist in working the case of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in this investigation?
Was the captain over criminal investigations. My main duty was administrative, and basically what I was doing was being a conduit between our agency and the FBI, the TBI, the district attorney's office, the staff and command of the sheriff's office, and also helping out any way that I can with making sure they had the resources they needed and the manpower.
Okay. So you're essentially a liaison between the different agencies that were working this investigation?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you personally interview Megan Boswell at some point?
Yes, I did.
And was that on February 20th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That day, did you conduct more than one interview of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2.
Okay. To your knowledge, and you may not know this, had the defendant been interviewed by anyone else that day prior to you speaking with her?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Where did these interviews take place?
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Detective Division's interview room.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Was the interview video and audio recorded? And who was present during the interview?
Myself and Miss Boswell.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity prior to court to fully watch both interviews in their entirety?
Yes.
Okay. So first we'll go to the first video, Is that a fair, since you've watched it, is it a fair and accurate representation of the first interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number
183.
183.
Any objection?
No, sir.
And then permission to play it at this time for the jury.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
Here we go. Buckle up. Let's hear the story.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Joey Strickler. I'm the captain of criminal investigations. They called your boyfriend Hunter,
Yeah.
and he's supposed to be, I reckon he's supposed to be coming to pick you up. So,
I was wondering if my mom didn't.
oh, you want your mom, not him?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. Take care of
Okay,
that.
well, can I ask you something you answer me honestly? Okay, so like when I got on the other cop's car, he was telling me like Hunter had like orders of protection against him or like domestic assault or something.
I can find out. I don't know.
Can you tell me that?
Oh, I could tell you that if I knew it, but I can find out for you.
Can you?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not trying to name like he does, like I just really like don't want to be around that kind of person, you know what I mean?
I don't blame you.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find out for you. Be right back. Hey, Brian. They're calling right now.
But the mom can give me.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. You know, I've been watching, those videotapes. I've been watching it. I've been doing this a long time. I've been a cop for 30 years, and it breaks my heart to see a young lady like you, and you have a child. We don't know where it's at.
Did you watch me cry? I was trying not to cry for them.
That's okay, though. That's okay. Okay? Because the fact of the matter is, you go to Maggie, is that right? That precious little baby's somewhere. I don't know. And I honestly believe, I want to believe that you would tell us in a heartbeat if you knew where that child was at. And is there any way that you can think, maybe help me to find that little baby?
I really don't know. I'm sorry to tell me that I'm going to cry.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay? It's okay. I know you've not seen her in a while, and I know we've been talking to Evelyn. We've had him on the phone. We've had his captain on the phone, and we've been talking and trying to find this baby. Is there any way that somebody has that baby that's a friend of yours or a family member that's afraid that if they're afraid to tell us or they're afraid that you'll tell us, so they keep.
I don't know if you know that I dropped her off somewhere. What happened? I was trying really hard to cry, but I was like thinking about her. I dropped her off, and she's asked what she's wearing and stuff like that, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. I understand. Please, we're just trying to find out what happened to that little thing, and I'm a daddy, and it breaks my heart to know that this child could be with someone that don't love it, that don't take care of it, or God forbid something bad's happened to that baby. And the thing about it is, everybody's going to point back to you because you're the mama, and you're the mama that let the baby go. when I say let the baby go, I mean, you're the one that took the baby and said, here.
I know, but I was giving her to her dad, and I thought it'd be okay.
You say you thought it'd be okay. Do you think something's happened to it?
I mean, no, but I mean, I didn't think that, I wasn't going to see her for months at a time or something like that. When I did, when it started happening, I was like, oh, I don't want to hear my mom just to try to, like, solve myself. I don't want to do that, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that person who does all that, you know what I mean? And, like, I just worried her for over a year about myself, and I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, it's fine.
How old are you, may I ask?
18.
You're just a young lady yourself. You're a brand new mama, and you thrown into a different world, wasn't it? And I can understand you feeling that way and saying, hey, I just want a little bit of time to myself, a little bit of time to be me before I have to be a mama. And you had all these things that happened so quick to you, it's, bless your heart. My heart goes out to you, but I'm telling you, we gotta find that little thing. We gotta find her. And do you remember when she broke her arm? Somebody said she broke her arm.
I don't know if she actually broke her arm or not. I just know it was bruised. I never saw it, so I don't know.
You never saw the bruise?
No.
Okay, did this happen after you gave her to you? Okay. Well, now, when they say that you dropped the baby off at his parents?
His grandparents.
His grandparents?
Me and him stood outside. We didn't go in.
And where was the baby at?
On my hip. And then I let her kind of like go to him to get used to him. And I stayed about 30 minutes and she was fine. So I was like,
so did the grandparents ever come out?
No.
They never did come out?
No.
Okay. And then that was the last time you seen her?
No, I saw her the next day.
You went back and seen her the
Just
next
first day, and me and brought into it and he told me to leave.
Okay, who was with you when you went back?
It was just me.
Just you. Now, was you dating anybody during that time after you left?
Hunter, but I didn't really tell me and Ethan were into it.
Okay, so you went from Ethan to Hunter. Okay, how long did you know Ethan? Can you tell me a little bit about him? I met him my freshman year of high school. Where'd you go to school at?
Central.
Okay, so you just graduated last year?
Yeah.
Okay, so, wow. And where'd you meet Ethan at?
At school.
So he went to Central also. Okay. And then he got in. He joined the Army. Is that correct? Okay. So the last time you seen your daughter was sometime around Christmas, the day after that you dropped him off. You went and he didn't want to let you talk with her, be with her, or anything. Was there a confrontation or anything? He just basically ran you off, or say, hey, you're not talking to
I think he just basically ran me off.
Okay. When you all met down in El Paso, when you went down there, did you all just meet down there and you turn around and come back home with
I stayed for a little bit. He didn't come back home until a couple weeks after.
So did you bring the baby back with you? You had the baby with you and you brought it back, okay. And then where was you staying at that time?
My dad went to trailer park and I was staying in one of his trailers.
Okay. And your dad's? Tommy. Okay. So you stayed at these trailers and in the trailer park, where's that located at?
Do you know where Sugar Hall is?
I sure do.
Like on the corner of Sugar Hall and Buffalo.
Oh yeah, I know where that's at.
They're like storage units across from it.
Yeah, that's up there close to Mooney's, the restaurant, or little restaurant place.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you stayed there, and then you moved out of there and moved in with Hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Hunter ever see the baby?
Yeah.
Hunter
Not much, I won't lie to you, just because I'm
That's
worried
fine.
about bringing Evelyn around people, you know what I'm saying?
I understand that.
And also at the time, I'm not gonna lie, Hunter told me
And by not much, I think she means not at all.
observation, we were talking about before, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, iffy on who I bring her around, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you was thinking that you was doing the best for your baby by
Not having her around.
him, and
I know that sounds bad, but like, now that I know him better, I don't think he's that person, don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I only known him like a couple of weeks when I was dealing with him, you know, when I was kind of like kicking me out, you know.
okay.
Didn't really have anyone else to go.
But that led you to, I guess what I'm trying to say though is, that was a natural route for you to go as far as if you wanted someone to watch Evelyn was take her to Ethan.
Yeah, her dad.
Her dad. Okay. Okay. Wow. We're fixing to send out what's called a nationwide alert. So we're trying to find this baby, and I don't know what's going to happen. I just pray to the good Lord above that we're going to find her, and we're going to find her alive, and find her well taken care of. Because I've been doing that a long time, and the worst thing you've ever had to deal with is the death of a child, or a baby that's been hurt, or a baby that's been abused. And I have a lot of nightmares about that, and it's been too many to count through the years. And all I want to do is stand up for that little baby that may not be able to stand right now. And I need your help. I do. I need your help. And if you can think of any way, fashion, or form, to know where that baby's at, or where, just to point me in the right direction, please help me. Please help me. I want to bring it back in. Bring her back in.
I don't know.
Is there any way that can you tell me a reason why that you didn't reach out, see it's Christmas, to the family to try to find Evelyn and talk to her, to just eat up and even put her on the phone, let me speak to her?
Because I was really just trying to resolve truth and Ethan, to be honest with you.
You was what?
Just trying to resolve the truth and him.
But even that answer says a lot. She said, you know, the detective is saying, why didn't you reach out? You know, if you believe that she's with Ethan, why didn't you reach out, say, hey, can I just quickly see her? Maybe, let's say, on a FaceTime call or something. And she's like, I was just trying to resolve it with Ethan. These are all lies. However, even if that was true, see, even there, she would prioritize resolving a relationship with a boyfriend rather than prioritizing her daughter, right? Okay. Snap Happy says, how many people are currently in chat? It looks like we're around 6K, yeah, 6,100 people. Thank you, everyone. I hope that your audio issues are sorted out. Refresh if you have an issue. And let's see what else she can come up with.
So, tell me what you think. What do you think's happened?
I don't know. He's taking her in contract for someone else for.
You think Ethan has hurt her?
No.
Would you hurt her?
No.
Would Hunter hurt her?
No. He even get like mad and like threaten me all the time, but he never actually like did anything. You know what I mean?
Did he ever show any aggression or anger toward your little baby?
No, no.
You never seen that?
No.
You said that she had a bruise on her arm earlier. How did she? Do you know how that bruise happened? That you think is maybe?
Fell off the bed. That's what I was told.
Where at?
At Ethan.
Did that happen? Did you ever see the bruise and stuff? You never did see the bruise or the broke arm or anything like that? So you did have some telephone conversation apparently with Ethan about her.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is weird because the thing that we're being told is that by him, he's like, I've not seen her.
He has seen her. I swear to you, he has.
I mean, the last time you seen that little thing?
On Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
He had her then, but I had her for a little bit on Christmas. So me and my family home, we went fishing for her every Saturday night. And came back Christmas Day, and I got her stuff that I got her. And I got, like the stuff that my brother got her and stuff, and I took it to him.
They're on, off of Hartown. Did you get to see her that day?
Yes. I had to put a couple hours.
What did you take to her that day?
I don't know what my brother got her, but I got her like a little horse and like baby shark stuff and clothes and stuff like that.
That's so sad.
When she says she got her baby shark stuff, you know, and clothes and things like that, that sounds exactly like the gifts that Erica Stacy gifted for Evelyn. And it was before Christmas, but at that point, Evelyn was no longer alive, based on the state's timeline, right? We're still waiting to hear more evidence to nail down a date of, you know, they said December 6th is the last time she was seen alive. And then, who's Erica Stacy? Megan was dating this guy called Caleb, and his mother was Erica. I hope I'm not mixing up my names. That's what I remember, right? And so she said that she really was worried about Megan and Evelyn and wanted to help, and so she gave her that special blanket and some clothes as well. She wanted her to wear the clothing even for her birthday. So her saying that, you know, it's part truth, little bits of truth and lots of lies.
I don't know. I don't know where this is going to lead to. Like I've told you before, I've been doing it a long time. And in cases like this, the fingers point toward mama. And it points toward you because, for one reason, is that you willingly took the baby to Ethan. I understand why. I mean, you're telling me why you did that. But then, of course, he's not saying something didn't happen there. It was not right. That's what he said, of course. We got to find the baby. We've got to find Evelyn. Got to find her. Take care of her. And if it's a situation where, you know, that you don't feel like that you can take care of her, then I promise you we'll find some people to take care of her, that little thing for you. And I promise you that. We'll do everything we can to get you help and get her help to take care of her. But we got to find her.
When you all find her, does this mean I won't pass the over anymore?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. There's not.
Sorry, what? You won't find her because what? You won't find her because of this, because it's been inaudible. Okay.
Anymore?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. Does not mean that at all. But I can tell you this, if you think for a second, a little sliver, that you might know where she might be. Well,
Okay, they paused that swiftly.
hey.
Is that what she said? Tara said she said it's been over 48 hours. Wow. And she's saying that when it's like months later. It's been over 48 hours. Yeah. You won't find her because it's been over 48 hours. Yeah. And she's not even the one who reported Evelyn missing. It was her dad. Wow. Okay, looks like, what are they doing? They just have another break? Don't worry, we'll skip right over that break. I think grizzlies are impatient. We don't want to wait through breaks. We don't want to look at the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, go to the officer, please.
One stand, please.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
I like the Tennessee accent. Everybody stand, please. Coral and Dexter says, gee, you look beautiful as always. Thank you. Even though I was premiering, you guys that were at my premiere knew I was up until all hours, till like 3 in the morning. Why can't we gift memberships? Nightbot always answers the questions. Thank you so much for your sticker. Sarcasm says, in quotes, to be honest with you,
You may be
and
seated, thank you.
I'm not going to lie,
We'll be recessed up.
telltale signs that she's telling a lie. So, oh, they've got a recess now. Do you guys remember Jesse Kershevsky, the eye drops murder trial? Remember that? Every time she's like, swear to God. And that was like, she's about to lie. This one as well. To be honest with you, and I'm not going to lie to you, and you know what I'm saying? Lies. All of that lies. Okay, let me just quickly go like this. Just a Crazy Jen said, each time the judge orders someone to do something, I feel like he's talking directly to me and I've misbehaved. Every time, I'm going to skip forward now. Every time when the judge is admonishing someone, then afterwards, I run to Mr. Grizzly. That's my husband. For anyone who's new here, his name is Raphael, and he doesn't watch true crime, but I always have to tell him everything in any case. So I'm like, look here. Watch what this judge just said. I make him look at all of them. Gen X said, honestly, the obsession with the boy, the very risky behavior, the incessant lies, these are classic symptoms of being on the spectrum. We do not like to armchair diagnose at all over here. Thank you for the sticker, but I object. Let's go forward here quickly. Wait. Oh, I see the judge there. There's the judge. Snarky judge. Even though he's very snarky, I like him. Right? He doesn't take any nonsense. He knows things. Okay, there's no sound there yet. There we go. Somebody's got a question. Juana, Michelle. Question, is this happening today? Yes, on a Saturday, because the jury is sequestered. So obviously they wouldn't want the jury to just be twiddling their thumbs alone, in their hotel room, just being like, what? And any risk of, them, they can't really access the internet or do anything. But, they'd rather have them, instead of sitting in the hotel for 2 days and come back on Monday, they'd rather have them have court on a Saturday. That's very common with sequestered juries, right? And also, don't you guys think that sequestered juries are going to become more frequent, especially because of social media? There's so much coverage on social media on cases, and this is a very high profile case as well, so I totally understand that the jury's sequestered. The Jason Chen one was as well. I just think we might actually see that a bit more, hey?
All right, make sure you
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated, thank you.
All right. Go ahead and pick it back up.
Everybody needs a break after just 10 minutes of listening to Megan Boswell on a police interview. They've already had 2 breaks this morning. It's like, all right, everybody, again, sure, take a walk. Walk it off and we're back. Let's see more of this, right? Sylvie says, snarky court Saturday. I hope you guys have your court pajamas or court blazers on or whatever it is. Joelle says, good morning. Gisela is how you spell my name. Gisela. Thank you so much. And Grizzly, thank you for spending Saturday with me. thank you for spending Saturday with me and all of us. And you said justice for Evelyn. I really hope that there will be full justice for Evelyn. And I really think as the state presents more solid evidence, you know, when it's going to be the medical examiner and maybe, I don't know, the cell phone data, her Google searches, things like that, I'm hoping that that will just make the case even stronger against Megan Boswell.
You need to be around that. If he's an abuser and stuff that you didn't know about, you don't need to be around that. And, you know, we'll find out. And I'll find out if your mom can come and pick you up, okay?
Okay.
And,
I don't know the number. Hunter has it.
who has it?
Hunter does it, so I'll ask if you can call him and tell her to come get me.
Oh, okay. Tell her. Oh, okay. We'll find out.
Thank you.
No problem.
She reminds me of Leilani Simon so much because we saw so many interviews of Leilani Simon. That's the Quentin Simon case. The playlist is there if you want to check it out. But we saw so many police interviews of Leilani also crying her butt off. But it's the same kind of voice and tone as this one here. Leanne says, I'm wearing my court robe. I do like that. Everybody, I hope you have your court robes on.
Okay, so now moving to, well, prior to the second interview, you stepped out for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea of how long you were out before you came back into the room?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember?
No.
Okay, and that's fine. So the second video, you also had an opportunity to watch it in its entirety?
Yes.
And it is also a fair and accurate representation of the second interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020.
Yes.
We'd ask that that may be made exhibit number 184, please.
Objection. Before exhibit 184.
And permission to play it for the jury.
I have, you know, I got some, been a couple long time, and I've got some my own opinions about this stuff.
Okay, for you guys that have an issue with the closed captions, I could put it like this, but you can see that Law and Crime's logo is like blocking it. That's why I'm not really, if I do it like this, you know, I'm not blocking much, but I can put it like this. They are a source for the court footage for today. Sometimes we have other sources, but today that's them. Okay, so I'll put it like this and you can read through that.
But just something just not adding up. It's just not adding up. And you know, if there's something that you think in your mind, anyway, that's informed that you could think.
Well, I was talking to Dad today. He don't really talk to Mom, and that she said when all this started going down, she was going to have to disappear, and that she was going to go to jail. I don't know what's going on.
Is your mom heard about something?
I don't know. That's all he told me today. I don't know what's going on.
So Tommy told you that
And then all this started going on, because he called her the night before he told you all, and he told her what he was going to do, and then she said, well, you can't do that. This is what he told me, like, I'll have to disappear. I can't come back to the hospital. I don't know what. I hope she doesn't do anything too.
See, but I thought Ethan had the baby.
I thought he did too, but this is just what my dad told me this morning. I promise you, I talked to him on the phone. on my way down here, because I called my grandma first. I wanted to stop down there for a pick up here. I've nobody to talk to, you know. I just wanted to, but he called me to start telling me.
So she, Tommy told you that he has talked to,
No, this was before he called up here,
okay, but he has talked to your mom.
a couple days ago. And that, he told me that he lied to her, well, and me, and said that DCS was going to do a whole visit on Elijah because he thought that she was going to run off.
Okay. And so he basically, but what he said to Angel, man, help me with this. But he told Angel that he was going to send DCS to.
Check out Evelyn and stuff. And
Angel is a reference to her mother, Angela. I think that's what Tommy called her. That would be his ex-wife.
he told me that she said, oh, like, I'll have to leave, and like nobody can ever find me again, like I'm here to jail and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I thought he was biased. I should have watched Breakfast Day.
Okay. And then Angel said that she was going to run, but she was going to leave and stuff.
Well, that's what she told Dad, apparently. And Dad told me that he lied to her and said that DCS was going to come do a checkup on Elijah so he could get him from her, my little brother. And then they met at Eagles that, like, she was crying and, like, wouldn't say anything to Dad or anything like that.
Okay.
And she was not freaking out. I'm sorry, I just always had, like, so much faith in my mom and the fact that even the thought that she would do anything just really, like, I'm sorry, that's why my first question was, hey, have you all talked to her? And yesterday, the whole way up here, she was, like, bitching at me, saying that, like, I won't lie, I lied, she didn't run out of gas, she just wasn't calling me.
I knew.
I'm sorry.
You wouldn't tell them. That's hard work. So you wouldn't tell them the truth.
I'm sorry. But she was like bitching at me and saying that she was going up here, she didn't want you to be like seen, blah, 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 stuff like that.
You didn't what?
Want to be seen,
She wanted to be okay.
stuff like that.
Do you think she's in that? Do you think she's in that car, that BMW?
Yeah.
Was the last time you seen her, she was in the BMW?
Yeah, it's when she got me out the Evelyn shelter.
Oh, okay. That was the day that she walked up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Was McLeod with her?
Yeah.
Did he drive or did she drive?
He usually drives.
Did he usually drive it?
He was driving that day.
Okay, and whose car is that? Whose Beamer is that?
Well, Hunter gave it to her, but he didn't get the title on it over there.
Okay, so that car should be in Hunter's name?
I think it's his brother's name, that's why he didn't get the title on it over there. It was Hunter's car, but Tanner was going to buy it, and then Tanner backed out on it.
And who got mad? Was he been wrecked or something, friend?
Yeah, on like the passenger side fender wheel, I guess. Like it's kind of like popped out and it's kind of bit into the headlights. A lot dimmer on that side.
Okay. But that's who it should be in, okay. And
Well, Tanner's first name is Austin. I mean, I don't know if you all know that, but it's Austin.
I'm sure we got that. And McLeod usually driving?
Yeah.
So that's her brother. Am I correct? I think one of her brothers. Who's Tanner? Is that one of her brothers? I think it could be, because I'm like, who's Tanner that she's making up this car story with now? I'm sure you guys remember the car story, right? That Megan, there's a story with Megan and Hunter and somehow her mother getting the BMW. And then her mother and William McLeod, her mother's boyfriend, they went to another state with the BMW. And then Megan told the police that her mother had Evelyn. And that her mother had given Evelyn to someone at a campsite in Virginia. Is that, oh yeah, Hunter's brother, true, good one. Lady Builder, thank you so much. So this whole car story, it's very weird, but wow, she's now on that story. Okay.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions with that, because I'm just trying to clarify things. They just ate up the dope.
I mean, he is. I don't.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something, Maggie. I've got a girl, I've got a daughter, and my daughter she's older now, she's 25 years old, but I love my daughter dearly. I want to ask you something, do you love your little girl? Yeah. Off all your heart. Okay. Okay. Now, that's what I'm getting to. Then we need you to help us. Because everybody, we're trying our best to find her. You know, and I'll be honest with you, I don't care one bit about putting anybody in jail or anything. I want her back. If I can get her back, and we can get you straightened out in your life and everything good together, y'all can come back together again. There's no doubt in my mind that we can work those things out. No doubt in my mind we can work those things out. But we got to get her back.
I know.
And so, with that being said, I just want you to be completely honest with me. No more feeling or anything like that. Completely honest. Are they running dope? Are they just using heavy? What's their drug?
They're just using. She doesn't. I don't know what she does. The only thing that she'll admit to me is that she's very fond.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know, to be honest with you. There were a few times that like Dad and I would went there, like Elijah when she'd be with them, like that, and she had birds on her and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know, like, if that helps at all or anything, but I mean, she don't like on her arms and stuff like that.
Man.
Yeah.
Now, does she go by Angela or Angel?
Angel.
So, if you had to, if you had to lay it all on the table, okay, I've got one shot to find my baby and to get my baby back, where would you go?
They were trying to take me up in Mendoza yesterday before I came in here, and I kept telling her, like, turn over, you're on the side of the road. If you won't take me up there, I'll call them, they'll come get me.
They won't take you to Mendoza?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Do you have any friends in Mendoza?
No.
You ever been to Mendoza?
No.
But they want to take you there.
Oh, they're going to show more of it.
They want to take you there yesterday. It was a different.
Well, they wouldn't tell me where we were going. I just saw the road signs. Let me take that back.
I understand. So what road stop did you see?
Like, State City Highway, one that had, like, you know, the airport, like Mendoza, and it was like 5 miles away or something like that.
Okay.
We were headed in the direction of Mendoza. I mean, maybe they weren't, like, we take me there, but that's just what I thought. Like, they would not tell me anything.
Okay. Does he have any ties to people over there in Virginia?
As far as I know, all of his family's from North Carolina.
Okay. Have you ever gone to see his family in North Carolina or anything like that? Okay. So, when I asked you that question about laying it out there where you might be going, I mean, you got a chance to get your daughter, to find your daughter.
Well, Dad keeps saying that Mom knows something. That's why she's like, you know, not answering anybody, kind of just disappears.
Now, you know.
What a roundabout story. Dad keeps saying that Mom knows something. That one said that one said that maybe. Yeah, but it's your daughter. Why aren't you looking? Well, we know why in hindsight, but you know what I mean. Wow, okay.
I know that you said that you gave Evelyn over to Ethan.
But Mom also told me that she talked to Ethan since then.
Your mom has talked to Ethan since.
That's what I don't know, like 110%. That's just what I've been told.
She told you that? Angel told you that?
Yeah. If you want questions her and bother her, can you please not tell her that I like?
Oh, absolutely. Don't
Okay.
you worry about that.
Okay.
Let me tell you, don't worry about it. I want her. I want your baby back. Okay? I want Evelyn. I want her back, safe and sound. I want her I mean, those pictures of her, that picture of her and you, I'll be honest with you, I got that from my wall of my office of you and her. But that makes me want to go that much farther and try to find her. Okay? And it breaks my heart to know that she, I don't know where she's at. You know? Could she be with someone else? Could they be treating her good? I mean, is she okay? That type of thing. And then on the other side of the coin, oh dear God, could somebody have killed her? Could that little baby be in a ditch line somewhere, or maybe in a trash can or something like that? And that's what's got me. And but you said Angel has talked. She says that she's talked to. She's talked to Evelyn, and you're pretty firm that you gave let Ethan take care of her right at Christmas. Was it Christmas Day or?
No, it was Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve.
Me and my family went to Pigeon Forge, and I dropped her off before we left.
So your little girl did not go with you to Pigeon Forge.
No. Me, Hunter, Dad, my brother, his wife, and like their kids with.
Where'd y'all go to when y'all went to Pigeon Forge? Just asking.
We went out to eat at Olive Garden, and then we went for a park, and then we all stayed at Margaritaville Island Day.
I stayed there before. It's a pretty nice place. So you come back on Christmas Day,
Yeah.
and then you went back over. Did you go see? Did you see her on Christmas?
Yeah.
Okay, so you went back on Christmas Day.
I had her Christmas Day.
Did you get to see her?
For a minute, yeah.
Did you let you hug?
For a minute. Yeah, you didn't. That's a lie. She saw it for a minute. I'm like, where? Did you go check the playhouse, or what are we talking about? And what was her long-term plan, I wonder? Megan is accused of murdering her daughter, Evelyn, and putting her in the trash. In a trash can in her childhood playhouse, okay? If you didn't know, if you're brand new to the case. I'm sure many of you that are here do know, but sometimes there's new people and they're like, what is this case about, right? What was her plan? Was she eventually going to move her? Or what? I mean, how terrible. Okay, so, sure, that's lying. I mean, she went from Evelyn being with Ethan, and in the same police interview here, that now she's talking about her mom having her. She really lies very fluently.
Older weekend. What time did you go over on Christmas Day?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I went to my brother's, picked this up, I probably got like 4 or something, so I guess it was after that.
So you took presents to her
Yeah.
at Eaton's. And you took it over there, and did you get to go in, or did you just end up
No, he always made me stand outside.
And then you took the little girl Christmas presents, and then you got to hold her a minute, and then you gave her back.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you just didn't say, come on, you're going back with Mama?
She started reaching for him, and I didn't want to take her from him.
She started reaching for him.
Yeah. I just thought she wanted to be there. I didn't want to take her. And honestly, like, I just wanted to pray. That's all I wanted.
Who took you over there?
Hunter rode with me. No, Hunter sat in the car. Not exactly at the bottom.
But you drove and
He drove back.
But you drove over and
Yes, he drove back. This was my cruiser, I had it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry we're not as much as I've been able to get the past 2 days. I just can't anymore.
You've been through hell and back, and you're still in it. You're still in hell. I mean, you really are. The whole fact of not knowing where your baby is at, oh my gosh, and I know it's heart-wrenching. I mean, you know, when you left on Christmas Day, did Hunter and Ethan say anything to each other?
No.
Okay.
Hunter didn't get out of the car. Well, Hunter only got out of the car and walked around the front to get in the car. On the driver's side.
Okay, and you wanted to say that he pulled out to leave, did you just walk back in me with,
I didn't see where he was standing at the top of the driveway.
okay. And he was just holding her when you pulled away?
Yeah.
Did y'all have any words or anything, or any anger words?
I mean, we argued, yeah.
What did you argue about that day?
Well, I told him, and I was like, I want to come see him for a little bit. And I was like, if you don't want her to go with me, that's fine. We were at Grizzly's house at the time. I was like, just let me know. I won't break him. That's fine. You know, I was like, I don't care. Like, I just want to see her. It's Christmas. And he got mad because I brought him with me. But I asked her, I called her. I didn't mean to piss him off.
Okay.
And I just had that argument again because I won't lie to you. He asked me, like, if I had any more diapers. And I was like, yeah, but, like, I took care of myself for a year. Like, it's your daughter. You can buy her a pack of, like, freaking diapers. I'm sorry, I know that sounds bad. It's not that I want to do without anything. It's just, you know.
So, Christmas Day, you're saying the last time?
No, I saw her the day after that.
Oh, you said you
The
did.
26th.
Okay. And when did you see her over at Ethan's then?
Yeah. He was pulling out the driveway and I pulled in for him to pull out.
He had her with, he had her.
Yeah, that's cute. He got her out for second me because we're arguing because he's like, you can't just show up here and stuff like that. And I mean, we just got into it escalating from there. And then he told me that I had to leave reasons for the cops, so I left.
It must be so hectic for Ethan to be watching this for the first time too. I don't think normally, you know, even if you're a witness in the case, you wouldn't see this. So imagine him watching this, like, what? Because sure, she can lie. I mean, how many stories has she shared now? So many. And yeah, she said she just needed a break. I think that was the one truth that she told us. I just needed a break. Yeah, clearly.
How did Evelyn act when she told you?
She didn't like reach for anything. I didn't get the whole thing okay. I'm sorry.
Was anybody with you then?
Yeah.
Did you talk to Ethan much after that?
I talked to him on New Year's, and he wouldn't let me come over. Or New Year's Eve. If I say New Year's Eve, it's New Year's Eve, like the 31st. I'm trying to talk to him, he's just not really like to answer me. But apparently my mom told me that she talked to me.
You think your mom talked to him during that time right there?
She told me she had been talking to him. I don't know.
Okay. So you must talk to Ethan. You talked to Ethan on New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
and Ethan said that your mom had been talking to him.
No, she said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mom said she had been talking to Ethan.
Yeah.
And did Ethan ever tell you that she did calling?
No.
Have you been heard?
Um,
Do you think Ethan would hurt?
my mom?
No, I'm not talking about it.
No.
You don't think Ethan would hurt him?
No. I feel like if
Oh
he
my
did.
word. The question is, do you think Ethan would hurt her? And she's like, my mom? No, dumbass. Obviously, Evelyn. The topic of discussion that she seems to keep forgetting about. Do you think Ethan would harm Evelyn? Is the question. But she's like, my mom? Oh my goodness.
If you make today for someone who's always take care of me, I don't think you would.
Okay. How is Ethan and your mom? Were they cordial? Would they talk? Would they get along? If they did each other?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't necessarily like go out of their way to talk, you know what I'm saying? There was like a few times where they like talked over text over the years. And I mean, I'm sure that you know,
Okay.
3.5, 4 years.
Okay. But you've known Ethan a long time, you haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay. I know this is going back a little bit, but I mean,
It's like you've known Ethan a long time. Yeah. Yeah, and you'll just throw him right under the bus. Only your boyfriend throughout high school, like the whole of high school pretty much. He was a bit older than her, but you know. He still thought you were kind of together, but I don't know, she had like, I don't know, 4 boyfriends in between, and she was just like, Hunter. He's like, what? So she'll just throw anyone under the bus. I think the state also, you know, all of us are a bit frustrated with the timeline. But remember in Leilani Simon's trial, they had a similar strategy where they first prove through police interviews just like this. In this case, it's 12 counts of false reports to the police. I think that's like check. Let's get those out the way. Okay, to me, that would be easy to have a verdict on that already. Then what they need to prove is the aggravated child neglect and aggravated child abuse. I think those have also been proven based on what we saw, the living conditions, how she chucked everything out, just that alone, right? So I think those have been proven, in my opinion. Let me know if you agree or not. And then they have to prove the felony murder charges. There's 2 of them, and then there's first-degree murder. So I think they're building up towards that, and I think the medical examiner is going to obviously help prove that a lot.
how long has your mom and Tommy been separated? The reason I'm asking that is because I'm just trying to figure out.
Well, okay, they got like a divorce, I think, in like 2014, 2015. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think it was 2014, but Charlotte wasn't born yet, that's my little sister. But they had a baby after that. And I mean, they were like living together and stuff like that. But if we're talking about as far as like divorce
Legal,
or something,
yeah.
I think like 2014.
When did they finally make a split? And, you know, Tommy and your mom, and she go her way and he went his?
Whenever his and Ashley started dating, I think it was June of 2018.
Oh, this has been relatively fairly recent then.
They split in 2016 for the last time. Her parents got divorced, and then they got back together, and then they split forever in 2016. So I don't know why she's saying 2018, right? I'm not sure. Okay, so let's carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, it was June 2018 after Ashley started dating at that.
In 2018?
I don't know that, I would be June 2018, I don't know the exact date. It was at the beginning of June.
Okay.
I know that I was over there on Father's Day, she was there. So she had been there for June 14, because that's when Father's Day is, right?
It is. Mhm.
Yeah, so she had been there before that.
Okay. All right. If
They weren't living together for like a long time, because they were all in apartments in like Poplar Ridge. They were definitely like talking and she got their documents and stuff like that. They just weren't like legally together.
have you, you've been living down with Hunter, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you live in, I know you live in the trailer.
Yeah.
Over in, down near Boogie's. Just pop hangout, you go there and eat and all, what have you. you lived there, and then after that you moved in with Hunter, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I stayed in hotels with you guys.
I understand, yeah.
But
But that's basically, if I had to put a timeline of where you lived and stuff like that, that's what it's
yeah. Up until around like March 2018, from February to March I was with my dad, or until April, yeah, and then I moved in with Molly, that's my grandma. From April, and I stayed with her all the way through October.
Okay. Okay. So so basically.
There were a couple nights when my mom was at a hotel and I could stay with her, but as far as like living wise with it was like a mommy.
And she's the one that lives where?
At the mom and dad field, and like
Down Bay
all
Creek.
three long.
So you live most of them on May Creek. What do you call her?
A mommy. Oh, mommy. I used to call her old mommy when I was little because she practically raised me.
Oh, mommy, okay. You lived there with her from, when did you say?
April to October. I stayed a couple of nights with her after I got my trailer though, because something else was going to do. There's a cop that lives right up the road from me that actually made me feel a lot better, so after I seen his car there, I was like, it won't be too bad.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a cop that really like my neighbor, and I was like, it's fun.
Good. Okay. Now, okay, so, and then after that's when you
I got my
You
trailer
took your
a
trailer.
little bit for Halloween.
Okay.
Because I took her tree like maybe a couple days before Halloween with my cousin Ashley, not my girlfriend, this is different Ashley.
Okay.
And like, I remember I took pictures of her in her little costume and she was sitting on the floor.
Okay. You know, people ask questions, of course.
Yeah.
And you know, I know that the last seen her on the 26th.
Yeah.
Okay. And on the 26th, on the 26th, okay, your wife promised to honor. So all this has transpired. If you had to answer a question like this, someone comes to you and says, Maggie, why didn't you call somebody?
Mom was talking to me and she told me I should just try to resolve it for me and Ethan. And that's what I was trying to do. And she told me she was trying to talk to us about it.
Vicky Meadows, I agree with you. I also think so. You said, I think she was dragging her to spend time with Hunter, came back and thought she was dead and dumped her alive in the bin. I think so. I think so as well. We'll wait to hear what the medical examiner says, right?
You did it again. Because that's the first time.
Did it again. They've got, I like the accent. Did it again. I think it,
All right.
yeah, another
Ladies
break.
and gentlemen, your lunch is back there. So I want to go ahead and break for lunch and let them try to figure this out. We'll come back probably 1:15.
Technical problems.
One thing, please.
I must say, Dornell said, but why the foil on her head? I know, right? That's the one thing that's like, why? That is a very strange detail. That's why I was thinking that with the defense asking Hunter Wood's dad, his dad yesterday, has Hunter ever said that has he expressed that he feels like people are stealing his thoughts? And has he ever mentioned putting aluminium, or as you guys say, aluminum, on his head to prevent that? That was interesting because I'm sure the jury's also asking themselves, why the foil? Why foil? You know, I don't know if it was also, sorry to say it in this context, but something she learned from the chicken shop. I don't know. It's very strange to put foil over Evelyn's head and put her upside down in the trash. That's strange. So, okay, let's see. Did they do anything before they break for lunch here? I don't think so. Lunchtime, everyone. Already everybody's exhausted. They need to fuel up after watching like half an hour of Megan Boswell's police interviews. So we're going to teleport in a moment there. It's glitching a bit. Okay, so are we ready? Buckle up, everyone. Here we go. That's my favorite part. It's so nice to just be like, okay, let's skip over that. And we're back. Close your lunch boxes.
Everyone stand, please.
So, Lozzie Bell said funeral director here, foil could be to stop purging once decomposition begins. But how would she know that? That's why I want to see Google searches, right? Jaded Queen said the foil may have been put on to stop her from crying before she passed. She also had foil in her mouth, is what they said. Right? Yeah, Court Lurker said in her mouth is what blows my mind. It's quite something, right? I wonder if there's another, let's just speculate for a second. What if, because the house was such a mess, what if, no, but there was no choking. Like if Evelyn had choked on foil or something and Megan thought, let me just, I don't know, put foil on her head so it makes it, if someone discovers her, then it could be an accident. I don't think it's that either. The medical examiner from previous hearings said that Evelyn died from 4 types of asphyxiation. So we're obviously going to hear a lot more in this trial than we did at just that little clip that we saw from the preliminary hearing. And Lozzie Bell says might have died before being put in the bin. Not according to the medical examiner.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, you can continue.
Your Honor, that was the end of that video clip. We just wanted to double check.
Nice.
We can go ahead.
I think the judge is really, okay, yes, judge. That was the end of that video clip. Thank goodness. So they move on with direct examination still. They've asked a few questions in between, but yeah, mostly the morning so far on a Saturday in the courtroom has been to watch the police video interviews.
Go ahead and submit that to the court reporter.
Proving the false reporting to police over and over and over again.
It was exhibit number 184. Okay.
So Kim Casey said a lot of times in murder cases, victims get their faces covered, whether it be a blanket or whatever, because of the guilt and shame. They don't want to see their face. That's my opinion. That's a good thought as well. I think it's that as well. It's just, isn't foil like the weirdest thing? That is so strange. And Evelyn was tightly wrapped in a blanket as well, and put in a trash bag, and put upside down in a bin. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, Kawasaki said foil is not a breathable product, so that's sick. True, yeah. Shirley Spring says, this judge is fabulous, right? I hope he knows we're sending compliments.
Okay. Anything else that you did personally involving this investigation other than continuing to be a liaison between the different agencies involved?
That's it.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, she kind of stole one of my questions. This is the absolute only involvement you had in this case. I'll go back to that a little bit, other than, I guess, your administrative roles as a liaison.
That's correct.
And these 2 interviews that you initiated or done with Ms. Boswell, those both the same day?
Yes, sir.
What date was that?
February the 20th.
Now, did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
Were you the first person to interview her on the 20th?
If there was more after me, I believe so.
So you believe you might have been, would that have been the first interview we watched?
I think so.
And that would have been before Detective Gillum or Lieutenant Williams?
I'm not for sure of the time.
I'm sorry, I think those were different dates.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
That's okay. Do you recall anybody else interviewing Megan that day?
No, sir.
So it was just you and you alone?
I believe so.
And then you interviewed her a second time on the same day?
That's correct.
And how much space was in between those 2 interviews? How much time?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Well, I'm not trying to trick you, but Is it an hour, 2 hours, or just?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. You interviewed her on the first one, and I imagine you stepped out of the office for some time. Would that be a fair statement?
I can't, been 5 years, I'm sorry, I can't.
That's okay. You eventually come back and interview her.
That's correct.
She never left
No,
and came back for a second interview.
not to my knowledge, no.
Be safe to assume she just sat there until the second interview occurred.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
No, I sure don't.
What would have been your normal duty hours that day?
With an investigation like that, it could have been at any given time. I don't know. My normal work day would be like 0800 to 5 o'clock in the evening, but it could have been prior to that or even after.
Possibility these interviews could have occurred after 5 p.m.
Yes.
You just don't know.
Correct.
Fair enough. Have just a second, Judge.
Yes.
Stefan says, did she get a juicy burger with fries? I was going to ask, did she get a blankie? Because Joseph Veloso did. Okay, and we saw it. He got donuts and a blanket. And that was quite something to see. If you've never seen that, you got to go check that out. It's on there's a Joseph Veloso playlist.
Be fair to say, though, that your second interview would have essentially been a continuation of the first interview, with attenuated by a brief amount of time.
That would be fair to say.
Okay. And you said you'd been a detective, actually the captain over the detectives. You were the captain of that little division, so to speak.
Yes.
Both literally and figuratively in rank.
Yes.
And I imagine you've conducted a lot of interviews over your years in law enforcement.
Yes.
At the onset of this first interview, we hear Megan ask about her boyfriend, and you indicate that he's coming down to see her.
Yes.
And she represents she doesn't want that to happen.
Correct.
Did that have any significance to you as an investigator?
No, not at that point. During the course of the investigation, I was doing my best to either get new information or to clarify other information. So when she said that, that's when I believe I stepped out to ask to have a phone call made by another detective for her.
And that would that be to just prevent the boyfriend from coming down?
She was wanting to see her mother, if I remember correctly, wanting her mother to pick her up.
And not her boyfriend?
Correct.
And that never resonated with you of why would she not want that?
Objection to speculation.
Sustained.
It's okay, Judge. Can I just say? Really what you were interviewing about on this date was essentially the same subject matter, a missing child, that Detective Gratz and Lieutenant Gillum interviewed her on.
Yes, sir.
So that was the focus of all of these interviews.
Yes, sir.
And so whether you interviewed first or they interviewed later, they would all be a continual interview over a matter of time.
It was a continuing effort.
I'll take that. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to go. All right, next.
They will call Jeffrey Blanton.
Jeff Blanton.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what.
So your name is Jeffrey Blanton.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And your last name's spelled Blanton. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by East Tennessee State University.
Okay. And what is your title there?
I'm the Associate Vice President of Administration and Operations.
Okay. How long have you been with ETSU?
Since January of 2021.
Okay. And is that where you were employed in late 2019 and early 2020?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay. Where were you employed during that time?
By the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. In what capacity?
At that time, I was the supervisory senior resident agent in charge of the Upper East Tennessee.
Okay. And how long did you work for the FBI?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. Were you always employed with Upper East Tennessee Division?
No, ma'am. I've traveled other
Okay.
places.
Okay.
Stefan says, come on, state, let's get down to business now. We need the premeditation proof. Yeah, there's been little bits, but not quite beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So far. So Jeffrey Blanton, an FBI agent. Okay, let's hear what he had to say.
Were you a member of the state or Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes, ma'am. I actually started the Safe Streets Task Force in Johnson City in 2012, and during 2019, I supervised the Safe Streets Task Force.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, the Safe Streets Task Force is made up of federal, state, and local officers and agents, and the purpose of the task force is to combat violent crimes. The typical violent crime you think of in bank robbery, drugs, extortions, and we also got involved in crimes against children as it relates to the Lindbergh Law from 1932.
Okay. And were you employed in that capacity on that task force along with the FBI when you were asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. What were you tasked with doing?
Detective Strickler from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office notified me that there was a missing child in Sullivan County under the tender age, which by statute is 12 years old.
Okay.
That gives the FBI jurisdictional authority to assist local agencies in trying to find that missing child.
Okay.
So actually I didn't have any agents available to come talk with Detective Strickler, so myself and another task force officer came here to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and met with Detective Strickler in regards to missing juvenile.
Okay. So in order for it, to make sure I'm clear, in order for the FBI to be able to have jurisdiction and to provide aid, it needs to be a child 12 years of age or younger.
By our policy, we use the Lindbergh Law, the tender age law of 12,
Okay.
it gives us jurisdiction to work those cases.
Okay.
However, we're not restricted by that if someone asks for help either.
Okay. So tender age being 12 or under 12?
Or younger, yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that's correct.
And at some point in the investigation, did you yourself speak with Megan Boswell, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Was anyone else present when you spoke with Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am. Task Force Officer Todd Wilcox
Okay.
was also present during that interview.
Okay. And what agency was Todd Wilcox employed with?
Todd was assigned full-time to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, but his home office was the Irwin Police Department.
Okay. And on February 19th, 2020, is that when the interview took place with Megan Boswell, with Todd Wilcox being present as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And where did that interview take place?
That interview occurred here at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And where in the sheriff's office did it occur?
There was a room, I'm going to assume it was an interview room outside of the detective's offices.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Was this interview video or audio recorded?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury why it was not?
Certainly. FBI policy does not allow us to audio or video record interviews outside of FBI space.
Okay.
if we are in FBI space, then certainly that's an option, but this interview was not recorded.
Okay. Let's see. Do you know how Megan Boswell got to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day?
I don't have, she spoke with me, she said voluntarily, but I'm not sure exactly if someone dropped her off, if she walked there, I don't know how she got there.
Okay. So you sat down with an interview with her, and what did she tell you regarding her missing child, Evelyn Boswell?
She told me and Agent Wilcox that she had last seen Evelyn Boswell on December the 25th of 2019.
Okay. And where did she say she had last seen Evelyn?
She last saw Evelyn at the residence of Ethan Perry's grandparents. I believe their names were Carl and Sherry.
Okay. And
yesterday we saw Carl take the stand and say that he never met Evelyn, that Evelyn was never at his house. Sure, so huge lie that Megan told to the FBI.
did she state that she left Evelyn there, or did she state that she took Evelyn back after she went to that residence?
Yes, ma'am. I'll back up a little bit. The 25th is the last time she said that she saw her.
Okay.
She did tell me that she dropped her off at the residence on the 24th of December, the day before.
Okay. Was she able to give you an exact address of where she said Ethan was staying?
No, ma'am, she could not.
Okay. Did she say when she went to Carl and Sherry Perry's residence whether or not anyone was with her?
When she dropped Evelyn off on the 24th of December.
The 24th, okay.
Yes, ma'am. She indicated that she did that alone, that no one was with her when she dropped her off.
Okay. Did she tell you what she did after she dropped Evelyn off that day?
Yes, ma'am. She informed me that she and her family then went with her boyfriend at the time, a fellow by the name of Hunter Woods.
Okay.
That Hunter and her family went to Margaritaville in Pigeon Forge, spent the night in Margaritaville, and then came back to the Sullivan County area on December the 25th.
Okay. Okay. Did she tell you if she went back to the Perry's residence after she dropped her off on December 24th?
Yes, ma'am, she did. She indicated that she went back on the 25th.
Okay. Did she say why she went back?
Yes, ma'am. Upon returning from Pigeon Forge, Margaritaville at Pigeon Forge, Ms. Boswell indicated that she stopped by Tommy's house, I think Tommy Boswell Jr., if I remember correctly, and picked up some Christmas presents for Evelyn Boswell.
Okay.
On the 25th, she and her boyfriend, Mr. Woods, took the presents to the Perry's residence to drop them off for Evelyn.
Okay. And did she say whether or not they went into the house that day?
Ms. Boswell indicated that Mr. Woods did not go with her up to the residence, that he dropped her off at the end of the driveway. She walked to the residence, and that she did not go into the house that day.
Okay. So she indicated that Hunter Woods stayed at the end of the driveway.
That's correct.
So did she indicate that they didn't even pull up to the top of the driveway to the house?
She indicated they did not pull up to the top of the driveway.
Okay. Why did she say that she wouldn't pull up to the top of the driveway?
She had some concern that Mr. Perry and Mr. Woods may get in some sort of argument or altercation. Therefore, Mr. Woods stayed at the bottom of the driveway, and Ms. Boswell went up to the residence alone.
Okay. And did she indicate that she spoke with Ethan that day?
She did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate whether or not she saw Evelyn that day?
She indicated that she did see Evelyn on the 25th, but according to memory, she saw her on the 25th, but less than an hour.
Less than an hour, okay. Did she indicate what?
Less than an hour. To the previous police officer, she said, just for a minute. You really, to keep her story straight, you just can't, because it's all lies. Sharon said, we Grizzlies will get justice for you, baby Evelyn. Well, I hope there will be justice for baby Evelyn. I hope full justice.
Whether she saw anyone else at the residence that day?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. And did she indicate that she went back to the residence at any time after that?
I don't have a recollection that she went back. I know she tried to make contact, she said, with her daughter Evelyn later, but I don't recall she went back to the residence.
Okay, so it's your belief that the last date was December 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she tell you whether or not she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan Perry prior to this time?
I don't recall that she indicated she had ever left her daughter with Ethan Perry prior to this.
Did she talk at all about the fact that Ethan was in the Army?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. What did she say about that?
She told me that Ethan was in the Army, that he was home on break, and that she was going to let her daughter Evelyn stay with Ethan, who she indicated was his biological father, for the holiday.
Okay.
And that he also indicated that his contract was up, or was soon to be up, with the Army.
Okay. Okay, so after that date, December 25th, did the defendant indicate that she continued to go over to Ethan's house to try to see Evelyn?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. So did she tell you she did not try to go back over?
Yes, ma'am, I recall having a conversation, and she said that she called, I think on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
But that she did not see Evelyn. There was some discussion, she indicated, between her at some point, I don't know if it was the 24th or 25th, I don't recall specifically, maybe both days. She said they did get to an argument, that Mr. Perry said that he was going to try to get custody.
Okay. So she's telling you that Ethan had threatened her?
With attempting to get custody of Evelyn, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Did she show you any proof of any custody paperwork at any time?
She did not. I recall asking her who the biological father was on the birth certificate, and she indicated that it was not Mr. Perry. But I don't have any recollection of who that person was, if listed.
Wow. So, what? Okay, interesting. Mary said, for those who don't know, Kingsport, Johnson City, and Bristol are called the Tri-Cities. There are many little towns like Blantville and Elizabethton, did I say it right? Elizabethton, surrounding or between the larger towns. Thank you so much.
So at some point she told you Ethan Perry was not the father?
Not listed on the birth certificate.
Not listed on the birth certificate. Okay, I apologize. Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad that was clarified, because I'm like, wow, did she just admit that Ethan was not the father? Ah, not on the birth certificate. Okay, that was a good question, just to make sure that they say it.
So, did Megan ever say why she hadn't contacted law enforcement when she could not get in touch with Ethan Perry?
Yes, ma'am, she did. I asked that question, and she said that because Mr. Perry had made threats that he would attempt to gain custody of the child, that she was fearful if she went to law enforcement that would further anger him and bolster his case about getting custody of the child.
Okay. Okay, so Megan has told you that she's never left Evelyn to stay with Ethan before this date. Did she ever explain to you why she felt like it was okay to leave Evelyn with essentially a stranger to Evelyn?
She indicated that she was, I recall her using the words worn out.
Okay.
That Evelyn was attached to her at the hip, and she needed a break, that she had taken care of Evelyn for a year, and she felt like it was time for Mr. Perry to step up.
Okay.
And that's the one truth she told. She was worn out. She was tired. She needed a break. Then get help. Don't throw your daughter in the trash. Murder is not okay, right? Whisk Brand said, gee, thanks for all the deep dives and live trials you bring us. Love the FBI agents, facts, and more facts. Me too, right? And is this all from his memory? I'm just looking. He doesn't have like notes in front of him. Very good. Okay.
and that she had also been taking care of her father or stepfather's children, other children in the home.
Okay.
And she was tired.
Did she indicate whether or not she could handle Evelyn herself?
She indicated she was just getting too much to handle. Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain to Megan Boswell that the repercussions of lying to an FBI agent?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did she indicate that she understood?
Yes, ma'am, she did verbally.
Okay. Did she ever tell you she wanted to correct any of the information that she had given you?
No, ma'am, I went through all of the information in the notes that were taken and read them back to Miss Boswell, and she indicated she had nothing to correct.
Okay. So she continued to say that everything that she told you about Ethan was true?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am, she did.
During this interview, can you describe Megan Boswell's demeanor?
Yes, ma'am. Megan Boswell was very matter-of-fact, completely unemotional. It seemed to be unattached to the gravity of trying to locate a one-year-old child at the time. She did show some emotion, began to tear up a little when I told her that she could be charged with a felony pursuant to lying to an agent if what she was saying was not true.
Okay.
I'm just going to pause quick. Melissa Loves True Crime said, yes, get help. I'm never ashamed to ask for help. Parents need a break from time to time. And KWM said, not condoning murder, but getting real help is difficult as a young and single mom. I can only imagine. The thing is, though, that Erica Stacy, Megan's ex-boyfriend's mother, offered to babysit. There was family that were offering to help. You know, people that had come across Megan and Evelyn and felt sorry for them, thinking, wow, this is a lot, especially because Megan was so young as well. And she refused their help. And she even said in this police interview earlier today, I didn't want to be that person. Like, she didn't want to ask for help. So it is a strength to ask for help. I'm saying it in case anybody needs to hear it. It's a strength to ask for help. It's not a weakness. It would be a good thing. If you need help, ask for it, right? So I think that, could have done, obviously, the world of good and could have saved Evelyn's life. If she said, it's just too much. Like, I'm 18 years old. This is too much. I need help. There were so many people that loved Evelyn and gladly would have helped.
Okay, so after that date, as the investigation continued, were you able to confirm whether the story she was telling you on that date was true or not?
At a later date, yes, ma'am. I was able to confirm that she had not been truthful with me during that initial interview.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blanton. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
Great, sir. Hope you are.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
What time of day was it when you arrived at the Sheriff's Department to conduct this interview?
It would have been in the afternoon. I can't give you an exact time, but I recall Detective Strickler calling me. I was actually sitting at my desk, so it was in the afternoon, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And as I understand it, it was at your behest that the interview was not recorded in that room. You had the cameras turned off because of FBI policy.
Yes, sir. The FBI, we take copious notes and document it thoroughly and go back over with the person we're interviewing to make sure the person is true and accurate in what we have documented. And our policy at the time, and I've been retired for a few years, but our policy at the time was not to record those interviews.
Okay.
Not unless they occurred in FBI space.
Okay. Prior to conducting this interview, had you watched any other interviews of Megan Boswell with law enforcement?
No, sir, I had not personally watched any.
Okay. Had you been made aware of other interviews with her?
It seems like Detective Strickler may have spoken with her prior to me speaking with her, but I don't know the gist of those interviews.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jojo says she didn't want help. She had so many people in her corner. She didn't have any attachment to Evelyn and did not care enough to get her cared for. And you know, yesterday, a few people had speculated maybe Megan was even jealous of how many people absolutely loved Evelyn and would do anything for her. that could also be a factor, I don't know. And Marginally Gruntled said, so now someone sees an actual tear when consequences to her are mentioned. Thank you for the sticker. Yes, by the sounds of it.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
You're released to your subpoena.
Thank you.
Next.
State would call David Gratz.
Leslie Curtis said, you can't get military benefits unless you're married. He could possibly insure Evelyn with proof that she was his child. I mean, Ethan wanted proof, right? If he was going to, you know, pay for her and all of that, then he wanted a DNA test to know, am I really the dad? Because he had his doubts. That's what he said on the stand. He had his doubts. And we can see why. Okay. David Gratz.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's right.
Thank you. Please tell the jury your name and please spell your last name for them, please.
My name is David Gratz. It's spelled Gratz.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
I'm an attorney in the private practice of law.
Okay. And prior to that, where were you employed?
By the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. When did you first start with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
In August of 2019.
Okay. And what was your title during that time?
I was a special agent criminal investigator.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of what that job entails?
Yes, I was assigned to the criminal investigation division. So it's what a larger department might call like a major crimes unit. So we investigated things like death investigations, missing persons, adults and children, officer-involved shootings, and public corruption.
Okay. If you can also just give the jury a brief summation of your education up until the point of starting your first job.
So I graduated from East Tennessee State University with a bachelor's degree in 2011. I continued on and went to law school at Lincoln Memorial University School of Law and graduated with a law degree in 2014. And do you want me to go into my first employment?
Please.
My first position was with the District Attorney General's office in the 3rd Judicial District, primarily assigned in Morristown.
Okay. And then you went to the TBI thereafter, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And were you called to assist in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Which agency requested the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's help?
Initially, it was called in by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office for us to assist in an investigation of a missing child. And later, we were formally requested in writing to assist by the District Attorney General Barry's office.
Okay.
Mary says, you're experiencing true Upper East Tennessee dialect and Southern courteous greeting. How are you? Fine, how are you? Then the gloves can come off. I like the how are you? Fine, how are you? The thing I don't, it's a personal pet peeve, is when someone says, thank you for asking. And that's just, I don't know, I grew up in South Africa, and when people said, hi ma'am, how are you? And you say, I'm fine, how are you? And they say, I am fine, thank you for asking. It's a cold call. It's a sales call. They're about to sell you something. And I'm like, I don't want it. And then, I sit there awkwardly listening. Okay, how long will I have to listen to this? So that's what I mean. But I like the courtesy. I think it's nice. And I like all these Tennessee accents that I'm hearing as well.
Handing you a document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a formal request for investigation, commonly issued by district attorney generals throughout the state to request the TBI to investigate facts and circumstances of a potential crime.
Okay. And is that how the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation essentially is officially called in to investigations?
In a lot of what CID does, yes, we are requested by the district attorney general.
Okay. And on this specific request, what were you being asked to do?
It's essentially just to gather the facts and circumstances of the whereabouts of a missing child.
Okay.
It was Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Were you given any background information to help you start your investigation?
And like most cases, you receive very little background information. Initially, I was just essentially told that she was missing, that her mother had been located, and law enforcement had talked to her at that point. And I think that's about all I was told initially.
Okay, and we can pass that back. We're not going to put that into evidence. I just wanted you to be able to see that document.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we approach her?
This one I do know. Lady Builder says, watch out for bless your heart. That is a double meaning here. It could be good or bad based on tone. That one I know. I can read the room on that one. No one said it here in the courtroom yet. I'm just going to speed this up just a little bit. 1.1.
Nashville. Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is essentially a standard form made by TBI in Nashville of an Amber Alert poster, and it was issued specifically for the victim here, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the Amber Alert that was prepared and in regards to missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, it is.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 185.
Would be exhibit 185. Thank you.
Defense. Okay. And permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions about this. You said this is the Amber Alert that was sent out in regard to missing child Evelyn Boswell. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you recall when the Amber Alert was issued?
Yes, it was in the evening of February the 19th.
Okay.
Shame, and there's a picture of her in this penguin onesie, and that's what she was found in. I wonder, did Megan provide those pictures?
2020.
Okay, February 19th, okay. And where does that go? Does that go just to the state of Tennessee, or how is the determination made on how far that would go?
That's a question that I don't specifically know the answer to.
Okay.
I know they are issued statewide.
Okay.
I know depending on the location, it can travel over into different states at times.
Okay. And the information on the bottom of this, it's pretty small print.
I can see it.
Okay, you can see it okay?
I can.
Is the information listed here, where had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation taken these details that are listed on the Amber Alert?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question.
Where did you get the information that Evelyn was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit?
That information was provided to us by the defendant.
Okay. Where did you get information about a BMW?
Also from the defendant.
Okay. All right. Okay. So after the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was assigned, can you give a brief description of how you, let me back up one step. What was your role in this investigation with the TBI?
I was assigned as the TBI case agent.
Okay, so that means essentially the lead case agent over the case for the TBI.
For TBI, yes.
Okay, so after you were assigned this investigation, can you give us a brief description of how you conducted your investigation?
So initially, you just arrive on scene and you try to get as much information as you can. You talk to the people who have already been there, find out what they have done. You talk with the local agency or agencies that are already involved, and you really just try to understand what's going on in the investigation and what has been done so far.
Okay, and were you working with other agencies at this point?
Yes.
Okay, which other agencies around February 18th, February 19th?
When I first arrived, it was the TBI was on scene at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office with Sullivan County, and I believe they were members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on scene, FBI.
Okay, and how do you meet? How did all these agencies coming together? How do they decide how to execute a plan in an investigation like this?
In the initial phases, you really do the best you can, but it oftentimes goes to either the case agent or the highest in chain of command that is on scene, and they get together and decide which agency will play a role in what, and you just divvy up tasks.
Okay. As part of what you did you go to the trailer that Megan Boswell lived in with Evelyn prior to Evelyn going missing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you went to that trailer?
That would have been the evening of the 19th of 2020, February 19th.
So the same day the Amber Alert went out?
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone go with you to that trailer?
Yes, Investigator Tracy Haraz with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Why did you go there?
We were going initially to meet a young man named Austin Feller.
Okay. And did the defendant still live at that trailer?
No, she no longer lived there.
Okay. Was anyone living in that trailer at the time?
Yes, there were current tenants who had moved in.
Okay. If I could please see exhibits number 49 and 50.
Yeah, I was waiting for the compliments to emerge. Joan Kelly said he's neither hard on the eyes or ears. And somebody mentioned his dimples. Yes, yes. I like how he speaks to the jury.
I'm going to show you two documents that have already been introduced into evidence. Is this the trailer that you were describing as being the defendant's trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Just another.
They showed us this the other day when Austin Feller took the stand. He's the guy that the judge had him arrested, and he was released on a $500 bond, and he said it's because he was subpoenaed and he had to be in court, and he said if you're not in court you'll spend, well, the whole time in jail until he has to testify, and he said he'll hold him on no bond. Austin Feller did testify. He was a material witness, and he took over this home from Megan, and he said it was so filthy. There were dirty diapers on the floor, open milk in the oven. We saw pictures of it as well. So if you didn't see that, I think it was on day 2 in the morning session. If you go to the timestamps, you'll see Austin Feller testifies, and I think I also timestamped the trailer photos as well. So they would have gone there on February 19th of 2020, because Evelyn was reported missing on February 18th by Megan's father, not by Megan at all. And Megan Boswell was arrested on February 25th of 2020 for false reports to the police, because her father reported Evelyn missing on the 18th. So then the investigation starts, the Amber Alert goes out, and then Hunter Wood, her sort of boyfriend at the time, spoke to the media and said, no, it's a casual relationship and I've never even seen the baby. And then Megan started all her media interviews as well. So after all that and telling the police all sorts of false stories, she was arrested on February 25th of 2020. Okay, Jay said, God bless our law enforcement officers. They go through so much each day to keep us safe. I can't imagine everything that they've seen, been through, how hard they work, how much they investigate.
Another view. Is that an accurate view of that trailer?
It is.
Okay. And do you know the street address for that trailer?
I believe it's at 976 Sugar Hollow Road.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
Okay. Were you able to determine who actually owned the trailer?
Yes, I believe it belonged to the defendant's family, either her dad or her brother, some type of association owned it.
Okay. Were you able to determine if the defendant had left any property behind when she moved out?
Yes, we learned that there was still some property at the site.
And were you given consent to search that site and/or anything attached to that property?
Yes, we were given consent to search a small outbuilding that was right there next to that trailer.
Okay. And did you also conduct a search outside the trailer?
I did, yes.
What were you looking for?
Any signs of disturbed dirt, anything that would lead us to believe that the victim may still be there, or anything that would lead us to her current whereabouts.
Okay. Did you find Evelyn?
So this is the first search on February 19th of 2020. It's a bit late saying that. I should have said that first. This was the first search because we had heard from other investigators, the ones who had actually found Evelyn in the playhouse, in the trash can. They weren't aware, they hadn't been out there to search before. They said maybe the TBI had been out there. Tommy Boswell also said, yeah, I thought the TBI had been out there, but Tommy had called the police and said maybe you should check the shed. And they did that on March 6th of 2020. But, so this initial search was a little before that, February 19th of 2020. Interesting, okay?
No, we did not.
Did you find anything else that was significant to the investigation regarding anything associated with Evelyn?
Well, we did inside of the shed that was next to the trailer.
Okay. So, what did you find in the shed?
A stroller that had been left behind.
Okay. I'm going to show you 2 photographs.
Oh no. It'll be sad to see Evelyn's stroller. We got a sidewalk, didn't you? Don't want to miss anything. Garbage wood. I don't think it will take that long.
You found it. Okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What is it?
These are 2 photographs of the stroller we found that evening.
Okay. And were you able to determine whose property that was?
Yes, this belonged to the defendant.
Okay. So when you say belonged to the defendant, you found it where again?
In the shed that's essentially not attached, but very close to the trailer where the defendant was living.
Okay. So it did not you said there were new tenants in that trailer?
That is correct.
Okay. They indicate that was their stroller?
No, they...
The new tenant would have been Austin Filler. Welcome, Tara. Yes, Blonde Alien says Mr. Feller was employed by Megan's father to, well, he was doing some maintenance for his paving company, and in exchange you could stay there for free in the trailer that he then had to clean out. And he was like, wow, it was so filthy. So if you missed that testimony, go check it out. I think it's on day 2 in the morning.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you locate anything else of relevance to this investigation inside the shed?
Not that I can recall.
At this time, we're going to, well, let me ask this. The photographs, are they fair and accurate representation of how the stroller appeared on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Would that supposed to be made, if possible, collective exhibit number 186?
The collective 186 over the defendant's objection.
Permission to publish. And is this the stroller that was inside the shed that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is this just a side view of that same stroller?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also take the stroller itself into evidence?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Your Honor, may he step down for a second?
Yes.
You could step down to where the microphone is. And I'm going to ask if you can identify this piece, if you can recognize what that is.
Yes, I recognize that.
Okay, and what is it?
It's the stroller we found at the defendant's former trailer.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 187.
Be full exhibit 187, over objection to the defendant.
And, Your Honor, would you like for us to fold that up? They're not always the easiest. Ooh, good job. Do you need help?
Mary says, did I miss a lot? A lot of fake crying from Megan. So, police video interview. So really, no, you saved your ears for now. But maybe you can check it out on the replay. I'm definitely going to timestamp everything for you afterwards so that it's easy just to see what you missed. So if you're only joining now, do stay with us. Please also hit the like button. There's only half of you, less than half, that have put your paws on there or your DNA. Thank you so much to those that did.
Let's see if we can roll it under the table. That'll work.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you. So I'm assuming, was law enforcement working long hours during these first few days?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you attempt to interview the defendant about Evelyn?
Yes, later that night.
Okay. And what would the date have been for that?
When we attempted the interview, it was on February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And about what time did that interview start?
Shortly before midnight and continued on into the early morning hours of February the 20th.
Okay. Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office here in Blanton.
Okay. Was this interview audio or video recorded?
I believe that interview was audio only recorded.
Okay. And is that office that you interviewed located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Prior to talking with the defendant, did you Mirandize her?
I did.
Did she agree to speak with you?
She did.
During this interview, did she tell you the last time that she saw Evelyn?
Yes, she did.
Okay. When did she say she last saw Evelyn?
The day after Christmas, on the 26th of December, 2019.
Okay. Where did she say she saw Evelyn?
At Ethan Perry's grandparents' house.
Who did she say Ethan was in relation to Evelyn?
She had told us, or the defendant being she, had told us that Ethan Perry was Evelyn's father.
Did you talk with her about where Ethan was living?
I did, yes.
Okay, what did you tell her?
Told her that we had learned that Ethan was full-time in the military and was currently living on a base in Louisiana, I believe, and was living in a barracks on a base.
Okay. Had law enforcement already talked to Ethan at this point?
Yes, they had okay. the Army's branch of CID.
Okay. And did you tell the defendant that?
I did.
What did you tell her about Ethan and Evelyn?
I essentially just told her that law enforcement had cleared that idea that Ethan had Evelyn inside of a barracks.
Okay. Did Megan stay with that story about Ethan?
At that time, she maintained that all she knew was that Ethan had Evelyn.
Okay. And where did she say that she had been living?
As of recently, she told us, the defendant told us she had been living with her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. Did you ask her if Hunter could have hurt Evelyn?
I did. I asked that specifically.
What did she say?
The defendant said that Hunter would not do that.
Did you ask her if Hunter had been around Evelyn at all?
I did, yes.
And what did she say?
Essentially, no. At that point, she said Hunter had never been around Evelyn.
Okay. Did she say if Hunter had ever babysat
So there's some more truth then. A little bit. Oh, Hunter had never been around Evelyn. Okay.
Evelyn?
We were told by the defendant that Hunter never babysat Evelyn.
Did she say if Hunter had ever held Evelyn?
The defendant told us that Hunter had never held Evelyn.
Okay.
There you go.
Did you ask her if Evelyn had ever stayed at Hunter's house over on Sandy Point?
Yes, I asked her about that, and the defendant told me that no, Evelyn had never stayed over at Hunter's residence.
Okay. Prior to when she said she left Evelyn with Ethan, did she indicate whether she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan in the past?
She told us that Ethan had never kept Evelyn alone prior to that day.
Okay. Did she tell you whether or not Evelyn had met Ethan before?
They had been introduced, I believe, briefly prior to that day on a trip to Texas.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you how many times she'd seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan in December?
I believe that we had talked about that, yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many times she said she'd seen Evelyn?
I don't think she had seen Evelyn at all after that December 26th date.
Sorry to object. I'll not make the objection. We approach the bench.
Okay, while they approach, I just want to quickly look at something with you. Let's just look at this together, because I want to see this property quickly again that we saw yesterday. This is from day 2, double G time again. Okay, let's just see this. So this is the shed and the storage that they searched, and there was a lot of baby clothes, toys, all sorts of things here, lots in this storage unit. And then the playhouse is here where this roof is, and that's where Evelyn's body was found. Now, I don't know if this is the location. That's what Kerry, if you remember from Tommy's testimony, or if anyone remembers, let me know. Because didn't they say, I mean, this trailer is Oh Mommy's residence. Totally get that. So this is not the same trailer that Austin fella took over? Is that correct? I mean, it doesn't look the same. Right? And they're not talking about the camper that's right in front of it. So there's the playhouse. So I know that Megan had mentioned Sugar Hollow Road. So I think it was just maybe a 7-minute drive or so away, as far as I'm understanding. Because they're talking about the shed and finding the stroller in the shed. And I'm just trying to clarify exactly which shed, because there was probably also one at the trailer that Megan stayed in. So Kerry says, Tommy said his family member down the road, but now you're saying Suck Creek, isn't it Sugar Hollow? Okay, Suck Creek sounds like Jason Chen's trial, but okay, where Megan's trailer was. That makes some sense. I don't have the exact address now. But so there was obviously a shed at the trailer where Megan had stayed, and where we saw the inside of that trailer that was so filthy that Austin fella had cleaned out. And so that would have obviously been at a different location than this, I'm thinking. Right? Yeah, Sugar Hollow Road, exactly. Sugar Hollow Road is where Megan was living in the trailer with the shed from today, exactly. Just to check, because otherwise we're all asking ourselves, well, we all obviously saying, well, did she then put stuff in here later? She might have already put things in here before, and that was a different shed, right? Peggy said, did they search the shed before and then went back at another date? That's the only thing I'm confused about. See, that's what we're confused about, right? So in this footage, as we could see, this is Tommy Boswell's property. And so they show the gate to the property, they show a shed and that storage area and the playhouse. And they found a lot of Evelyn's items there, as well as finding Evelyn, her body in the playhouse. So thank you so much. Caroline said that playhouse is something I'd call a shed. Doesn't seem like a playhouse from the outside. Maybe that's the confusion. Yeah, building 1, 2, and 3, right? Janice Green said that trailer park that Tommy owned was on Sugar Hollow Road. This map is Muddy Creek. Yes, this map is Muddy Creek. Sugar Hollow, I'll actually show you guys in a moment if you would like. You want to see? Just so that we can see a little bit of map time, but not too specific, because even though this is all public record, okay, we may show it. Emma's granny, welcome. So, hold on one second. Let's do a quick little map time. Okay, so here's Sugar Hollow Road, and up here is this Muddy Creek Road area. So I'm just showing it to you like this, which is part of public record. YouTube can be quite sensitive these days if you show obviously exact addresses and things. So, but it is part of this trial. They've said the addresses multiple times as part of this murder trial. But I just wanted to show you where Sugar Hollow Road is, and yeah, where the Muddy Creek Road property would be then. So at this Muddy Creek Road property, okay, if we look at it like that, it would then be Tommy Boswell's property. The Muddy Creek Road property is where Megan's childhood playhouse was, where he had, well, down there by Mommy's house, which is his mother, where there was a storage, there was a shed and like a storage, another small white storage shed as well. And in the white storage shed, they found a lot of Evelyn's toys, clothes, all sorts of things, right? That they showed us, I think it was yesterday. That would all be here, and Evelyn's body was found as well in that playhouse in a trash can. And so there was a trailer along Sugar Hollow Road because Tommy Boswell owned a trailer park. Megan had stayed in the trailer for a while. Megan had left. She said that she was kicked out. Megan had left the trailer, and Austin, who was working for Tommy, for his paving company, he said on the stand that Tommy said he could stay there for free if he did some maintenance for him. That's what I remember him saying on the stand. But there, at this area, would be then where the TBI searched, and there was a shed and there was a stroller in it. Okay? Let me know. Are we all on the same page? And then we can carry on with the testimony. Because I think if we're all sitting here thinking about the same thing there, we're not going to focus on what they're saying next. Melissa Loves True Crime says, I call those a utility or garden shed. That's a good description, yes. You guys are like, map time? Okay. So let's just quickly see. Lockdown with April says, we love map time. Becca says, the Sugar Hollow trailer and the shed at Muddy Creek are approximately 8 minutes or 2 miles apart. These two, I mean, it says 4.2 miles, just these 2 points. Sugar Hollow Road, I just put Sugar Hollow Road, didn't put in the specific address, and this Muddy Creek Road, right? It's 7 minutes, so you say approximately 8 minutes. So this is 7 minutes and about 4 miles apart. Okay. So, Jesslyn says, day 4, it's Saturday. The jury's sequestered. So yes, they work on a Saturday. 2.3 miles apart. Thank you so much. Nerdy Dogmon says, not the trailer. Tommy owns a trailer park. That's where Megan's trailer and that shed were. Yes. Okay. So we're all on the same page, right? TBI was searching here. They found a stroller around the Sugar Hollow Road trailer park where Megan had previously stayed, and Austin Feller was there. And then this area, Tommy Boswell's property, is where they found Evelyn's remains in the playhouse and other things in the shed. Okay, so now we can bring our court footage back up. Just do it like this. Okay, here we go.
The officer. One stand, please.
Oh my. We got another break. They've had a lot of breaks today. It's not a lot. I mean, they had let's just see, actually, I think they had more than usual. One break was there. Another, that was the lunch break. Okay, so they've had a morning break, the lunch break, and now this would obviously be the afternoon break. The judge also said they're only going to go until about 4 p.m. Eastern today, in case you missed that yesterday.
You may be seated, thank you.
We'll take about a 15-minute break. Mr. Gratz, please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness during the break. We'll allow them to discuss their testimony.
Excellent. Court stands in recess.
The judge has got such a snarky side eye. Okay, I'm going to do this, and what we're going to do quickly now to be very productive and make sure that we are very informed, okay, is, let's just quickly look how long this is. Just hold on 1 second. Okay, so we can read that. That's fine. I could do that. I just want to see, is it like pages long? What are we getting ourselves into here? Okay, Tommy Boswell's testimony. Let me resize it for us. Are we ready? We're going to recap Tommy Boswell's and Austin Feller's, and then hopefully we'll all be sorted out. Okay? And then we'll carry on. They're on a 15-minute break anyway. We would have skipped over it, so let's be productive here, and then we'll be all caught up in a moment. So, witness Tommy Boswell. The second witness called by the state was Megan Boswell's father and Evelyn's grandfather, Tommy Boswell. Harper had Boswell confirm, that would be District Attorney Harper. Harper had Boswell confirm his Muddy Creek property as his home and his relation to both Boswell and Evelyn. He also confirmed that Angela Boswell, ex-wife since 2016, is Megan Boswell's mother. Okay, Emily said today, my daughter is 12 months old, almost the same age as Evelyn. I genuinely cannot imagine. Justice for baby Evelyn. Happy Grizzly anniversary. And yes, that is, I mean, Evelyn was 12 months old. Oh my word. So, okay, Harper had Boswell confirmed. We did that. Tommy Boswell said that his daughter stayed primarily with his parents who live on the same property as him. He also pinned Megan Boswell's time spent in the foster care system on her mother and Boswell not going to school. Tommy Boswell also confirmed that Evelyn was born while Megan Boswell was in foster care. Harper asked Tommy Boswell about what it was like when his daughter later came back to live with him, and he described supporting her, buying her a car, and helping her with expenses for Evelyn. Tommy Boswell said that Megan and Evelyn lived with him for a few months, but Megan did not clean her room. Between that and the other people living in the house, including his fiancée at the time and other children, he had Megan leave. He testified that he thinks Megan stayed with his mother briefly afterwards. Harper placed a diagram, we remember that, of Tommy Boswell's property up on the screen and had him identify various structures. After Megan stayed with his mother, Tommy Boswell said Megan went to live in a trailer park that is owned by their family. He told Harper that Megan was gifted a trailer and did not have to pay bills. As far as he knew, only Megan and Evelyn lived there. Tommy Boswell said that he had tried to push several details out of his mind after struggling to recall some things. He then began to cry and grabbed a tissue as Harper asked him to describe the state of the trailer when he visited. According to Tommy, there did come a time when he informed Megan that if she was going to live with Hunter Wood, she needed to move out so the trailer could be rented. Tommy said the trailer required heavy cleaning after Megan moved out. He himself did not clean it out, but he noted that several things were hauled away and part of the floor required replacing. Now that we did hear as well from Austin Feller. As far as he knew, Tommy said that he believed Megan was living with Hunter Wood then. When she moved out of the trailer park, Tommy said he had not yet met Wood. He claimed he did not meet Wood until after Christmas in 2020 on a trip to Pigeon Forge. Evelyn was not with Megan on that trip, which Tommy said he found unusual. Tommy testified that Megan claimed the baby was with Ethan Perry, an ex-boyfriend that she claimed was Evelyn's father. Tommy said he had not seen Evelyn since Thanksgiving. After the trip, Tommy said that he saw Megan only a few times, but never Evelyn. When he asked where Evelyn was, Tommy claimed that Megan continued to say that she was with Perry. That ultimately led to him giving her an ultimatum so that he could see his granddaughter, Tommy told Harper. He described calling the Department of Children's Services and telling them how long it had been since he saw his granddaughter. After reporting it to DCS, Tommy said it was not long before law enforcement met with him. Tommy told the court he complied with law enforcement 100%. After getting law enforcement involved in February of 2020, Tommy said he stayed in touch with police throughout the search for Evelyn. Harper asked Tommy about March 6th of 2020, the day that Evelyn was found. He claimed that Megan had his then fiancée, Ashley Rosenbaum, used to swap phones often. So that's going to be interesting with forensic evidence, right? If they go through phone data, especially because more than one person was using a phone. Or they're swapping phones. So Tommy claimed that they thought law enforcement could use the phones and also began recalling a time he saw a vehicle backed up to a shed on his property with its door open. When law enforcement arrived, they looked at the shed. And he also suggested they check out the playhouse, which Tommy's father had built for Megan in the 2000s with leftover lumber from a barn. Tommy did not recall ever knowing of ever knowing of anyone being in the playhouse since Evelyn had gone missing. Tommy also described how his property can be accessed. He told the jury there's a fence and a gate that requires a key fob to open. He said that Megan did have access, but he never gave a fob to Wood. He also did not recall Wood ever being on his property without Megan, which would be Hunter Wood. Harper then began using drone footage of Tommy's property taken by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. We just watched that together. As evidence, Harper showed the drone footage, which begins at the gate to the property, to the jury. A trailer on the property was labeled in the video as Oh Mommy's, which Tommy clarified was a nickname for his mother that the Boswell family used. He also clarified that a camper seen in the drone footage was not on the property in 2020. Before Scott began asking Tommy his question, Goodwin sent the court out into a 15-minute recess. Okay, then there was cross-examination. Now we're quickly going to go over Austin Feller's testimony. Then we're going to go back to our court footage for today, which is live. The next witness called was Austin Feller. Harper asked Feller if he had lived at a trailer park on Sugar Hollow Road in 2019. Feller said that he had been because he was told that he could live there for free if he did maintenance. Feller told Harper he never met Megan Boswell in person and that he believed that she had been living there before he moved in. When handed photos of a trailer, Feller confirmed that they were images of the one that Boswell had lived in. Harper asked if Feller had been asked to clean out Boswell's trailer, and he said that he had. Feller did not recall exact dates, but he did remember what the cleaning process was like. I don't think he'll ever forget that. He described dirty diapers, feces on the ground, waste in the fridge and oven, and other manners of filth being inside. Feller said he took pictures of the inside when he helped clean it, but stated he no longer has them. Harper then provided Feller with the pictures of the inside of the dirty trailer, and Feller confirmed they were in fact the ones that he had taken. Harper moved to place those into evidence and placed them on the screen for the jury, and we, as the virtual jury out here, we got to see those pictures as well, of course. The first picture shown was a bedroom followed by a hallway into what Feller believed to be Evelyn's room. Feller said everything in the photos was exactly as he found it. Scott made an objection that Feller had no way of knowing which room was Evelyn's, which Goodwin sustained. The jury was instructed to not take whose room Feller believed was into account. More photos, including another bedroom, the living room, another hallway, and the kitchen were shown. In each photo, clutter and items could be seen littered about. Feller reiterated at Harper's question that he did not move or replace any items. Feller said the floor had to be ripped out and was forced to use a respirator to enter the home due to the odor. When Scott began examining Feller, he struggled to recall the exact dates that he moved into the trailer park and cleaned out Boswell's trailer. Scott asked Feller why he took photos inside. Just because it was the worst thing I've ever seen, Feller said. He told the court he sent the photos to Tommy Boswell and others to show the state of it. Feller was released from his subpoena and dismissed from the court. Okay, are we all good? We now know the two properties that are in question. The one that the TBI agent was speaking about would be the one where Austin Feller had stayed, the trailer that Megan had stayed in for some time. Okay, the Sugar Hollow Road one. So now we're going to teleport over this break here. And we're back.
Okay. Yeah.
I have to resize.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to pass you some items from evidence. Would you prefer? I was going to.
Scissors up there.
There's a pair of scissors.
Or do you want?
Thank you.
Okay, if you could, just, there should be some gloves up there. Do you see gloves up on the table?
I do. I'm putting them on now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, two of them are here. Tell me the number.
Roxanne Barker says, new to this channel, loving it. Welcome, Roxanne. Thank you so much for being here with us. Now, what are they going to show? Do we need to speed it up? maybe.
You have that one opened?
No, I was waiting on you to ask
Okay.
a question.
If you could go ahead and open that item.
If you flap.
Described was taken.
Hey.
Okay, can you tell me what that is?
This is a small Polaroid type picture that the defendant described was taken at I believe that one was the Blowing Rock trip in North Carolina.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is there a date at all on that? There may not be, I don't know.
This photograph does not have a date on it.
Okay. And where did you obtain that photo? Was that from, where was that photograph obtained from?
It was from a box of belongings belonging to the defendant.
Okay. We asked that be made exhibit number 188.
You want it back in the envelope?
May we publish, Your Honor? Permission to publish? Okay. And how did you know what this was a photograph of?
At the time during the interview, myself and Sergeant Price were sitting there with the defendant, pulling these items out, asking her to describe these items to us.
Okay. And she described that as being from Blowing Rock.
That's correct.
Camera person, please be careful. Don't show their laptops.
Okay. Oh, actually, I want number 6 first.
Could I get that exact number?
Okay, again, I'm going to ask to open it and see if you can identify it.
If you guys are looking for the summaries that I just read, normally I would obviously link it in the description box afterwards for you. It's from wjhl.com, and they're doing summaries of each day, which is very helpful. So I think reading is my strong point over hearing and seeing. I like to see things. We like to have, visual learning experiences. So the point is, I like to sometimes just go back and just read. And there's a couple of things here and there that maybe we've all missed, maybe you've missed, maybe I've missed. So I will link that for you. It's wjhl.com/search for Evelyn and live Megan Boswell's murder trial, right?
All right.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are a couple of the brochures the defendant described as coming from the trip that they had taken over to North Carolina, they being the defendant and her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. So how many documents do you have in front of you?
3.
Okay. And what are they individually?
One is titled The Official Visitor's Map and Guide to Blowing Rock, North Carolina.
Okay.
Another one is Mystery Hill, which has a map of North Carolina. North Carolina's Natural Gravitational Anomaly.
Okay.
Another one is North Carolina's oldest tourist attraction, the Blowing Rock.
Okay. If you could slide those back in, I'm going to show them to the defense really quickly. Your Honor, we'd offer this as exhibit number 189, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
We collected exhibit 189.
And where did you find those brochures?
They were with the defendant's belongings.
And where were, when you say the defendant's belongings, where were those belongings located?
Inside the residence of Hunter Wood.
Okay. I see the next.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
These are photographs of the defendant and Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that also something that you collected from her belongings?
Yes.
Okay.
Show us.
Is it any, does it appear, well, if I could just pass this back first and let Mr. Scott take a look at this.
The travel brochures or these leaflets from a trip with Hunter were with her belongings at Hunter's house.
May we approach?
Part of ruling. All right, sustained in part of ruling.
And we'd ask these be made
Collective 190.
190. Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of one of the photos that you took from the defendant's property?
Yes, it is.
Were these located within anything?
They were inside of a box that the defendant identified as hers.
Okay. Same thing with that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the empathy for Megan, you see it goes out the window. It already went out the window for me a long time ago, but it's like, oh, you're going on trips with Hunter, aquariums, Margaritaville. Well, your baby's in the trash. You're not looking for her. You're telling a lot of lies. But she's just there, trying to do anything to be with Hunter. Having a great time, going to church with him, people saying she looked happy. Yeah, that's what's really upsetting.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a card titled Thinking of You with Love.
Okay. And does it have any names on it?
Yes, the names on it are Maggie and Hunter.
Okay. And can you tell the jury where that was collected?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass that back, please.
You know it. Southern Kelly B is like, not the paper flapping. I know, right? Sure, a lot of fluff here. Another sidebar.
Who resolved it?
We resolved it.
Resolved it.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are photographs of the victim, Evelyn. 2 photographs of Evelyn. 1 photograph of Evelyn with the defendant.
Okay. And where were those found?
With the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass those back, slide them back in the envelope and pass them back.
Interesting. I wonder if they're going to publish those, right? Can we see them? You know what's interesting is that Megan threw everyone under the bus, except her dad. Now let's think about that for a moment. So Animal Lover said she's so crazy about Hunter, yet so quick to lie and throw him under the bus for Evelyn's disappearance, saying that they were sleeping in a bed and, you know, they rolled over Evelyn and then she wasn't breathing and then basically he sorted out what to do with her body. Yeah, she threw everyone under the bus. Ethan, Hunter, her mother, everyone, but not her dad. Why is that? Oh, because Evelyn's body was on her dad's property. So, didn't want them searching there, right? Amanda said, I thought Hunter drove her to doctor. No, not when she was pregnant. Evelyn was already 1 year old. And Megan had started working at the chicken shack, and Randy Wood, Hunter's dad, said that Megan needed to go to the doctor, and that's how the 2 of them started running around together, because he told Hunter, you need to take her to the doctor because she doesn't have a vehicle to get there. Because Megan said that her car was repoed, which I think that means taken back by her dad, from what we understand, which we saw from text messages yesterday as well. Because her dad said he bought her a car for $20,000 cash. And there's a text message that she had been sending to a friend that said, my dad took the car. So there's that. Okay, all right, now let's go.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a receipt from the Olive Garden on North Eastman Road in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. Was that also taken from the defendant's property?
It was.
Okay. Okay. We'd ask that be offered as exhibit number 191. If I could have it passed back to the witness briefly. Forgot to ask you, what is the date on that receipt?
Is January the 11th, 2020.
Okay, thank you.
So the way that she texted one of her friends, which I think was in December, that she really wanted to go to Olive Garden, well, turns out she went there on January 11th of 2020, but it seems like maybe with Hunter.
Okay. I'm going to ask if I could please have, you saw that exhibit with you? You can pass that back down to the clerk. And then ask if exhibit number 29 or 21 can please be passed to the witness. No, sorry, not 21. I'm wrong. Hold on. It would be number 91. Sorry. I'm going to ask if you could take a look at that.
Phoebe says she was totally living it up while the child was in the crash.
See if you recognize that.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is it?
This is a shirt that belonged to the victim, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, where was that found?
It was inside what the defendant referenced as a baby box.
Okay. And where was that baby box located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
At where?
Hunter's residence.
Hunter's residence, okay. Your Honor, we had previously marked that exhibit as number 91 for ID only. We'd ask that be made a full exhibit at this time.
No objection. It's full exhibit.
Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you. Let me ask the court, may I publish it, Your Honor? Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you to take it out of the package and show it to the jury, please.
Do you just want me to hold it up?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to stand up so everyone can see it. Thank you.
Shame. That would be the one that Erica Stacy had made for her, I think, because Erica Stacy, to remind everyone, Megan used to date a guy called Caleb, and his mother was Erica Stacy. She testified yesterday. And she said that she had made Evelyn a baby shark shirt, a sweater like this, for her birthday. Her birthday was on November 21st of 2019. But Megan had come to pick up the stuff later, sometime in the first week there of December, right? And she said it was a yellow baby shark, and that was Evelyn's favorite, was the yellow baby shark. And she said it had glitter, and that said this baby shark is, what does it say? 1 year old, that's what it says. This baby shark is 1 year old. Shame. So this is what we didn't get to see when Erica Stacy was on the stand, because the state said due to the rules of evidence they can't have that witness pull that out of the envelope. So now they have. You know, now they're showing us. So for everyone that wanted to see it, there was also a blanket that Erica had gifted to Evelyn that Evelyn never got. So there were people that cared about her so much and were trying to check on her and asking questions for Megan, where is she? And, you know, and Megan just went by herself to pick up these items and without Evelyn. Okay, look at that shirt that I'm sure Evelyn would have absolutely loved, but never got. Okay.
Okay, thanks. No. I'm going to ask if Exhibit 92 could please be passed to the witness. Same thing, I'm going to ask if you could open that exhibit and see if you can identify it. Don't show it to the door yet.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes,
Okay. What is it?
this is a child's blanket.
Okay. And does it have any special features on it that are identifiable? What type of blanket is it?
It's a shark blanket.
Okay.
Baby shark.
And where was that located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At Hunter's Woods residence?
Yes.
Okay. And what was
Again, that's a blanket that Erica Stacy got for Evelyn.
that also in that box that you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, that had been previously marked as ID only. We would ask that it be made into a full exhibit.
Include Exhibit 92. Now you can.
Okay. May we publish it, Your Honor?
You want me to stand up again?
So long as the court is okay with that. Okay.
A blanket that she never got to see.
Okay, thank you.
Libby says it looks brand new. It's because it is
So
brand
before we
new.
went through all of those, we were talking about
It was a gift for Evelyn from Erica Stacy. It's brand new. It was for her birthday. Megan picked it up late after Evelyn was no longer alive, based on the timeline that they've shared so far. If you want to see Erica Stacy's testimony again, it is timestamped for you, which I think was yesterday, which was day 3.
that interview from February 21st with Sergeant, now Lieutenant Price. Was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office.
And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
During this interview, you discussed a second ago the term memory box. At some point, did you have an interview with the defendant regarding this memory box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about, just briefly, what you did with the defendant?
During that interview, we had what the defendant referred to as the memory box, and we pulled items out of it, sort of one by one, and had the defendant identify what each item was and the significance of each item,
Okay.
if any.
And what was your purpose in doing that?
You know, at that point, we were just following whatever leads were coming in. We had received that property, and we were trying to identify what it was, determine how it was relevant, and also establish a timeline for the last known whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
And did the defendant freely and voluntarily go through that box with you?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. Your Honor, may we approach?
Another sidebar. And another break coming up. We see the wall there.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we go with the altar. One stand, please. May be seated. Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess in 15 minutes. You want to take whatever.
Okay, so we go forward. And now we're only 10 minutes behind the live court feed.
Open that back up. I'm going to ask for you to open that back up. Should be brochures from Blowing Rock. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could look into those brochures and see if you anything that indicates a date.
There's a receipt here.
Okay.
The date indicated is January the 19th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's all I need from that. Thank you. I'm going to ask if you can open that up and see if you can identify it.
Yes, this is like a memory book that says "Hello, Baby" on the front, and it appears to have an ultrasound.
And where was that found?
That's so sad. You know, they showed us the pictures of that memory box. They showed us a picture of Megan holding a supposed sippy cup at Hunter's house, and then that one outfit, one child's outfit on a hanger, and they showed where she was staying in a room with Hunter, right? And then we saw a glimpse of the memory box. So now they're going to be describing the items inside that memory box.
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At what location?
Hunter's residence.
Okay. Okay. We will ask to be moving that as exhibit number 192.
Any objection?
No objection for our agreement. That's great.
Full exhibit 192.
Oh, thank you, Phil.
And what I'm going to do right now is just ask for you to, Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury, just the front of the book? Okay. You could just hold up the front of the book so the jury can see the front of the book, please. Okay. Thank you. And we briefly talked before the break. Is that the book that we were discussing in regards to that interview?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can pass that back to the clerk. At some point, did the defendant tell you someone other than Ethan allegedly had Evelyn?
She did, yes.
And who did she allege had Evelyn?
After a period of time, the defendant told us that her mother, in fact, had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, is that... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Her mother's name is Angela Boswell, also referred to as Angel from time to time.
And were you able to locate Angela Boswell?
Yes, she was located.
And where was she located?
In Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Okay. Was she with anyone?
She was with a man named William McLeod.
Okay. Did Angela have Evelyn?
No, she did not.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, had anything led you to believe that Angela had Evelyn at any point?
No.
Okay. Did you yourself end up going to North Carolina?
Yes, I did.
And why?
To interview Angela Boswell and William McLeod.
Okay. Moving forward a few days, do you remember meeting with Megan Boswell again on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who was present for that interview?
Now Lieutenant Matt Price.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
At the sheriff's office.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of that interview?
At that point, we were still speaking with the defendant, trying to get as much information as we could regarding the investigation.
Okay. Had you started developing a timeline at any point?
Yes, that's one thing that we worked on throughout this investigation, that is important when you're looking for a missing person to determine their last known whereabouts.
Okay. And were you continually working in and out of the sheriff's department during this time?
Yes.
Did you have a scheduled interview with the defendant on February 25th of 2020?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you see the defendant that day?
Yes, she showed up at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
It is, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you why she showed up that day?
Initially, or throughout talking with her, she gave a couple of different reasons.
Okay. What did she say?
She was concerned about having her body spray returned to her. She was talking about forming a search party to go to an area she kept referring to as Mendota, and she was asking about whether she would be, or whether there would be any issues with tampering with evidence.
Okay. Did she specify why she was concerned about tampering with evidence?
The defendant told us that someone had told her that she might get arrested for tampering with evidence.
Okay. Had law enforcement...
Isn't that interesting? You know, February 25th, that's also when Megan had another media interview that we watched together in the trial prep. But to say, ooh, there could be issues with tampering with evidence is implying that your daughter's no longer alive, whereas everybody else was not thinking that at that time. They were just looking for Evelyn. There was an Amber Alert that went out on February 19th. Everybody's frantically looking for Evelyn. Megan, not so much. She's talking about a search party. She's talking about forming a search party, but will not be joining the official search parties, okay? She's also talking about tampering with evidence. What is she saying, you know? And body spray, yes, Melissa. Yes, they mentioned she was concerned about getting her body spray back. And he said it in that order, so I don't know if that's the order she said it in, but she was talking about Mendota. She was concerned about getting her body spray back. She's talking about forming a search party. And then someone told her that she could get arrested for tampering with evidence. And we saw the media interview where she said she doesn't care if she gets arrested for tampering with evidence because she'll go there herself and get Evelyn to this imaginary place. Some story that she sold to everybody, right?
Enforcement heard about Mendota?
Yes, Mendota had been brought up a few times as a possible place to search.
Okay. Did the defendant at this time show you any concern for Evelyn?
She did not.
Do you recall speaking with her in a different manner to try to get her to give you more information about where Evelyn might be?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that for me?
Did you give her any possible scenarios?
Yes, during the interview, or that particular February 25th interview, we discussed with her, were there any other possibilities about the whereabouts of Evelyn? For example, was she aware that something happened and wasn't telling law enforcement?
Okay, what do you mean something happened? Can you describe further what you mean by that?
I was specifically asking her about whether Evelyn had any breathing issues, for example, whether she had stopped breathing at some point, and the defendant just didn't know what to do and hadn't yet reported that to law enforcement.
Okay.
Sure, that must have made her very nervous. Seeing as the medical examiner has since said that Evelyn died from 4 types of asphyxiation. They'll explain that later, I'm sure, when the medical examiner takes a stand. Hopefully that's Monday, right? Or next week. I would assume we'd hear from them next week. But wow, when talking about, any problems with breathing? I wish we could see that interview.
What made you decide to suggest this to her?
There were several reasons. Throughout the investigation, we were consulting with our forensic scientist in the lab, as well as the doctors at the William Jenkins Forensic Center about possibilities in child deaths. And some of the issues that had come up were positional asphyxiation.
Okay. You used the word positional asphyxiation. Is that a word you used with the defendant?
In the interview, I don't think I said those specific words.
Okay. Do you know what word Do you recall what specific words you used?
Specifically, I think I just was asking about whether the victim had stopped breathing.
Okay. So you asked her specifically if Evelyn might have stopped breathing. Were you suggesting an accident, or were you suggesting that it was, for lack of a better word, a homicide at this point?
You know, we were open to all types of theories at that point, but we did want to know whether an accident had occurred sometime in the past and she had done something and just not told us about it at that point.
When you discussed these things with her, did she continue to maintain nothing like that had happened?
She did. She denied that there was ever any breathing issues.
Okay. Did she maintain she told you everything?
Multiple times the defendant had told us that she had told us everything that she knew.
Okay. And do you recall that interview ending?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall where that interview took place within the building?
It took place in several parts of the building. At one point, we were upstairs in the sheriff's office, and at another point, we had walked the defendant downstairs to essentially escort her out of the building.
Okay. So you walked her down yourself?
I believe now Lieutenant Price was with me.
Okay. When you got to the door, did you see anything outside?
Yes, at that time, the news media was just right outside the front door.
Okay. What did you do when you saw them?
We offered, out of a courtesy to the defendants, do you want to go out another door so you don't have to face them?
Okay, and did you in fact walk her to a different door?
Yes, we walked her out a side door at the sheriff's office.
Okay, and did you see the defendant after that moment?
Yes.
What
yes,
did you
we
see?
Did.
What did you see?
She had walked from that side door back to the front of the building and then gave an interview with the news.
Okay. And looking for Evelyn, how many
And they must have been watching that like, okay. Well, buckle up. Imagine being them at the time. Hold on.
times?
Like doing an interview and everything, and she walks out like, all right, cameras. Okay, let's throw the TBI under the bus too. She threw everyone under the bus except her dad.
Did law enforcement search that trailer park where the defendant was living with Evelyn?
I know multiple. I know I was there twice, and I know other law enforcement officers had gone in addition to that.
Anything ever found other than the stroller we've already talked about that was helpful to the investigation?
No.
Okay. Can you please tell us how many law enforcement agencies had been called in to help find Evelyn Boswell?
The specific number, I don't know. However, it was a large amount of law enforcement, essentially all of the TBI resources out of the Johnson City office, several from the Knoxville office, many people from Nashville were helping. I know our aviation unit, several pilots assisted with a plane, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, all of Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and probably every local agency in the greater East Tennessee area. The United States Marshal Service was involved at times. Our partner agency in North Carolina, the State Bureau of Investigation, assisted, along with the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Was a tip line established in order to try to find Evelyn?
Yes, in scenarios like this, we use a tip line, the number being 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many tips came in during that time?
A couple of thousand.
Okay. How does the law enforcement agency determine which leads to follow?
At different times, especially early on in the investigation, we man the tip line with different agents, different analysts in Nashville are keeping eyes on every tip that go in, and we essentially use our experience and determine which tips that maybe we should look at first and try to prioritize them and continue to working them until we can close them and move on to others.
Okay. Are you confident that every credible lead was followed to the end.
Absolutely.
Okay. And were you given leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you directly? Individuals to look at.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you follow the leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what, like just one at a time, what was one of those leads that she gave you as to where Evelyn was?
So we got the initial story that Evelyn was with Ethan, and us and other law enforcement agencies and the Army CID essentially eliminated that lead.
Okay. Do you feel confident that you were able to eliminate Ethan as a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. What about Angela Boswell?
Same answer, yes.
Okay. Did you investigate Angela Boswell?
Yes.
Did you investigate her boyfriend, Will McLeod?
Yes, we did.
Based on your investigation, were you able to confidently eliminate Angela Boswell and Will McLeod as suspects?
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Defense not liking that. On, wait, let me just quickly find this. Hold on one second. Say it. So Ansley Daniel is a reporter for WJHL 11, and every day she's in the courtroom, and then every day she does like a report afterwards, right, on the YouTube channel WJHL 11, also on X. And twice in a row now, the defense attorney has stepped outside after the court date to be interviewed. So if you guys didn't see that, do go check that out. The defense attorney said that they will wait for the biological father to be, revealed in the, like as in the court records, whatever. So I'm sure they have it on record. They know who he is. We just don't know who he is, number one. And yeah, so I'm just saying when they're objecting here, their strategy, if you watch the first interview and the second one, I don't know what it's going to be. I wonder what the defense will really be. Because when asked, well, what are you trying to convince people happened? He said, well, we don't know what happened. Could have been an accident. Could have been sudden infant death syndrome. Like what? So if you haven't listened to those interviews, it is interesting. I'm not playing them here now. Just because I think it could be a copyright issue. I'm not sure. Is there another break? No.
Objection sustained as before.
Okay. I'm going to rephrase the question, okay? Were you able to eliminate Angela Boswell and or Will McLeod, her boyfriend, as suspects in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're wondering why, what am I doing? I'm just, I'm snooping over here, just making sure there's nothing graphic coming up, just looking at, okay, what property are they looking at now? But they do show the playhouse again, you see, so we just have to be careful there.
What about Mendota?
Yes, that area was thoroughly searched by multiple law enforcement agencies, and we never found any bit of information or evidence that linked that area to Evelyn Boswell.
Can you briefly tell the jury what Megan Boswell had told you about Mendota?
The defendant kept referencing campgrounds in Mendota. I wasn't really sure what she meant at the time, but she kept bringing up, you should go to Mendota, and she just kept bringing it up.
Okay. Was Mendota investigated?
Thoroughly, yes.
Okay. Were you able to locate anything of importance to this investigation in Mendota and or at a campground in Mendota?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Does anyone know how far Mendota is? Mendota. I'm trying to find on a map. How far is Mendota, and how do we spell that? And is it also in Tennessee, or is it in, she was saying in Virginia, right? Mendota, Virginia. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's not too far. 37 minutes away. Okay, wait. Maybe we want to see it. Let's do another map time. Okay, and we are back. Let's just quickly do this little map time here. Wait 1 second. I just want to show you because we heard Megan talk about that a lot in her media interview. She mentioned Mendota, and I was also wondering, why is she talking about Mendota the whole time? So this that I put in here is in Bluntville, Tennessee, right? It's at the Muddy Creek Road area, and Mendota is north, and it's 21 miles and 37 minutes away. Well, if you go this long way around, it's 40 minutes away, 28.6 miles. Okay, so weird. As David Gratz, former TBI special agent, said, well, the first story, the first tips and leads they had to go and check into was Ethan. So they actually tracked him down. They went to where he was stationed in the military. He was in Louisiana. And they searched the barracks and everything, and Evelyn wasn't there. So, okay, cleared. Then they went to track down Angela because that was the next story. And as David Gratz said, you know, Megan just kept bringing up Mendota. And we saw it with our own eyes on this media interview. So, yeah, this is somewhere around there. There would be a campground. They looked at the campgrounds as well. She was saying a combination of, my mother has her, but then she said she handed her to somebody at the campsite in a silver camper. Remember that? Oh my goodness, so many stories. Okay, so let's go back to our court footage here. There you go.
Pass your document. Ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. What is it?
This is an application for applying for a residence at the Overlook Apartments.
Okay. And can you tell us why you looked at Overlook Apartments?
We were given information that the defendant had applied to live there with her boyfriend.
Okay. Her boyfriend?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that something that was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be... Yeah.
So many sidebars.
All right, go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
Objection was withdrawn.
We would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 193.
Be full exhibit 193.
And permission to publish. Okay. Oops.
Now, what's going to be interesting is if this application for these Overlook Apartments, wherever that may be, says that it's just for the two of them. Like, nope, no child. That'll be even more evidence. Even though Megan was claiming, no, Evelyn was with Ethan, Evelyn, you know, is with my mom. It's just, I think the state has thoroughly proved the false reports to the police, right? If I were on the jury, I'd be like, yeah, tick a box, guilty for those 12 counts.
Is this the application you were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when they were looking, or just to say, when were they looking to try to get an apartment at Overlook Apartments?
January the 4th, 2020.
Did you learn how many occupants that the defendant and Hunter Wood put on their application?
Yes, 3.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant about who the third occupant was going to be?
Yes, I did.
Did the defendant say the third occupant was going to be Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
The defendant told us that at that time she was pregnant, and the third occupant was for the unborn baby.
Okay.
Oh my word. It just gets worse. Just when you think it can't get worse, it does. When I saw 3, I'm like, oh, okay. Oh yeah, because she was pretending to be pregnant with Hunter's child, clearly. And she wasn't pregnant. So, okay, this is public record. This is a YouTube disclaimer in case you're new here. It is an exhibit that's being shown at a public trial. All right, so, wow. 3. How many people will live in the apartment? 3. Okay. Is anyone else's jaw on the floor? Wow.
So then, did you go one step further and ask her why Evelyn was not listed on that application?
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay, what did she say?
She told us it was not Evelyn because Hunter either would not or did not want Evelyn to live with him.
Okay.
Oh my word.
Was she able to explain?
Now she says, so she so badly wants to be with Hunter that she'll fake a pregnancy, but then say, well, why isn't Evelyn listed on there? Why is it not 4 then? No, Hunter didn't want her to live with us. What? That's your daughter. That's your only daughter. Whoa. I'm just pausing because I have to process this as well, right? That's crazy. Gabby said, gee, thanks for the love you have for Evelyn and us Grizzlies. Thank you so much, Gabby.
Where Evelyn was going to be living then, if not with her and Hunter?
No.
Jumping ahead to March 6, 2020, do you recall being contacted by the defendant's father, Tommy Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And without going into hearsay on what he told law enforcement, did law enforcement go to Tommy Boswell's property?
Yes, initially myself and Detective Haraz.
Okay. And is that located in Bluntville?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember the street name or address?
Muddy Creek at 539/543.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of going there?
We were under the impression some of the defendant's property was at that location.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived at that location?
It was around 5:30 that evening or afternoon.
Okay. And did Tommy Boswell give law enforcement consent to search that day?
He did, yes.
Okay. If I could please have exhibits number 6, 8, 9, well, 6, and then 8 through 12, please. Pass to the witness, please. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. First, if you could take a look at exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize
Okay.
this.
What is it?
This is a drawing or a sketch of the scene at 539/543 Muddy Creek.
Okay. Is there a pointer device up there besides you?
There's a flash.
That's it. Okay.
Oh,
If you could pass the
yes.
exhibits to me, we'll try to do it that way to make it quicker. It's not a flashlight.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought it was a flashlight.
Okay. We'll try to make it quicker this way. These have already all come into evidence, so we'll just discuss each one. Is this a diagram of the property as it was on March 6th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay.
We've seen that before, right? I just quickly want to, I'm also curious now, but that question somebody just asked, did Hunter sign it or no? Preston Wood, guest name Preston Wood. Okay, email, self-employed. Did he fill it out or what? Team member. When do you plan to move? ASAP. Okay. The question was, did Hunter sign it? Because then it's more than a casual relationship. Okay, so let's go to where they were with that sketch.
And is that located in Bluntville?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember the street name or address?
Muddy Creek at 539 slash.
Jury where you first searched.
Are you wanting me to point at that screen?
Yes. It should work. There you go.
Would have been in this area right here. It's excuse me. It is labeled as shed.
Okay. And did you search anywhere else on the property?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us where else you searched?
That building there that's labeled as playhouse.
Okay. Now I see a box below that also appears to say shed. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
What was that?
That was another outbuilding that was full of, I believe the business name is Tommy's Paving or something like that. And it was full of paving or asphalt related equipment.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you next what's been marked as exhibit number 7. Is that the outbuilding that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. And exhibit number 8. Is that the outbuilding and the playhouse that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit number 9. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a photograph of the outbuilding or shed where it shows either the defendant's or some of Evelyn's belongings.
It's essentially the shed with the door open.
Correct.
Okay. Number 10. Is this what you're calling, did you call it a playhouse?
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit number 12. Is that just the playhouse with the door open?
Yes.
Had anything been disturbed at the time this photo was had taken place?
No.
Okay. I think I might have gotten that folder. Okay. Okay. Were you present for the search of that shed / outbuilding?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also present for the search of the playhouse on the property?
Yes.
And were you aware of whose playhouse that was?
Yes, it was the playhouse of the defendant.
Okay. If I could please have shown exhibits number 13, 14, 16, and 17. Or just if I could have this passed to me, please. 13, 14, 16, 17. Thank you. These have already been admitted into evidence. First, exhibit number 13. If it, okay, I just made it worse. There we go. Okay. Is that how the playhouse appeared as you looked inside?
Yes.
Had anything been moved yet?
No.
Anything you noticed at first glance about this space?
Yes, a lot of the area in the back of the playhouse was covered in dirt, dust, debris, spiderwebs, and there were several items just right inside the door that it appeared they were placed in the playhouse more recently.
Okay. In which, just a second. This photo, exhibit number 14, again, how does that appear to you upon first glance when you went to that scene?
That's just a better photograph showing all of the dirt, debris, or other things on top of the belongings in there.
Okay. And then last, I'm going to show you exhibit number 17. Had anything been moved prior to this photograph being taken?
No.
Okay. And if you look...
So this is how Evelyn was left. Like this. In this trash bag, in this trash can, upside down. Just as they say, this is how it looked when they got there. Can you believe that? There's a lot of ugly speculation going on, in the chat about Hunter. I mean, if Hunter was involved, don't you think they would have arrested him and charged him with something? I mean, this trial has taken 5 years to get to. And in that time, Megan has even been charged with even more. You know, they charged her with 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated child abuse, child neglect, and 12 counts of lying to the police. She's the liar. She's the one charged. And then in June of 2024, I mean, the trial could have already happened then. There were delays due to COVID, and then her defense attorney withdrew from the case in October 2022, so that caused more delays. She got a new defense team. And so it's like in June of 2024, this last year, it's not that long ago, she was charged with first-degree premeditated murder. That's a huge step as well. So they did continue to investigate. You know what I mean? So Hunter has been cleared. Hunter is not involved. His dad said that his mental health went completely downhill to the point where he's now in a mental health facility, and it went downhill after he was being accused all the time of being a baby killer, you know? So John Kelly, criminal profiler, always says that there's always the usual suspects, especially in the beginning of the case and especially on social media, you know, if it's on Facebook or Reddit or all these places where there's so many theories. And I understand that the defense has maybe brought in a tiny speck of reasonable doubt. But good luck to them, because to me the evidence is just piling up against Megan. But they asked Randy some strange questions when he was on the stand. And I mean, the answers were vague. It wasn't like, oh yeah, he told me about foil around here. No, he didn't. He just said, well, I don't know. He said some off-the-wall things and all of that. So I think we need to chill a little bit on Hunter, because I would never want to contribute to someone's mental health deterioration. I think he's already been blamed for 5 years. You know what I mean? I don't think we need to be doing that here in this community. It's kind of stale, you know? If he was going to be charged, he would have been charged. You know who has been charged? Megan. So I guess instead of being like her and blaming everyone else, let's look at her, because she's the one that's been charged, and we haven't heard all the evidence yet. This is day 4, like 3 or 4. Day 4 on a Saturday. Day 4. This trial could go on for I don't know how many days. 10 days, 15 days of trial days. More? We're going to hear a lot. And I don't want to like later be like, oh my word, it couldn't have been Hunter. I understand if he said, well, was it a casual relationship? It's not even meet the baby. Because people are already calling him a baby killer. And then his dad's business was getting threatened, and now it has shut down. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm done. Okay, I can carry on for a little bit more, but I'm done. I want to focus on the testimony. I just think it's a little unfair, you know, to keep pushing Hunter off a ledge. Like, why? Why do people want to do that?
Closely, it's hard to tell. Can you see the black trash bag in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were you present when the trash bag was removed?
Yes.
Okay. Is this trash bag the way it appeared prior to law enforcement taking it out of the trash can?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to look just to make sure they don't
Hold
show
on to 17 for just a second.
a picture that they had shown before.
What it's
Oh, no.
doing with the
And I
colors,
went
but
forward.
right in
Sorry?
covered in dirt, dust, debris.
Bag in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were you present when the trash bag was removed?
Yes.
Okay. Is this trash bag the way it appeared prior to law enforcement taking it out of the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hold on to 17 for just a second.
You know, here we go again. Sophia, you're inspiring me. You said, of course, they would say it was a casual relationship, that he was also a victim, etc. And yes, the mental health issues are probably very real, but not just because he's been harassed. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't just have to be because he was being harassed, or it could just be. This casual relationship thing that he said in February of 2020, can you imagine? She's walking around saying, I'm pregnant. He's like, what? I know there was the application, but we don't know if he filled it in, if she filled it in. She lies like crazy. But if I were him at that point, I'd also be like, whoa, let me distance myself from this chick, because things have just gotten crazy. Her mother's stolen my car. I don't know what the whole truth of that story is. The mother's off with a car. They're getting arrested in a different state. Megan's saying she's pregnant. She's telling the media all sorts of stories that she hasn't told Hunter. Oh my word. Yes, Kathleen says, I really hope Hunter recovers well. I really hope so. I really hope so as well. He's apparently getting the help that he needs, right?
So you stated, I'll put this one back up for just a second. You just stated that a few items appeared out of place. Can you tell the jury or use your pointer on which items you are talking about?
These trash bags
Okay.
right here,
Mm-hmm.
and this trash can.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why did those appear out of place to you?
'Cause they weren't covered with any dirt or dust or spider webs.
Okay. So based upon that, did law enforcement make the decision to look closer at some of the items in the playhouse?
Yes.
And which items were looked at closer?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. And who in particular went to take a look at the trash can?
Agent Fraley.
Okay. Is that Brian Fraley with the TBI?
That's correct.
And did you witness Agent Fraley do this?
Yes.
What did you... We're going to do this kind of in steps. What did you see Agent Fraley do first?
Just reach in for the trash can.
Okay. And does he pull anything out of the trash can at some point?
Yes.
What does he pull out?
Initially, the bags that were on top.
Okay. And did you notice anything at the time that he pulled the bag on top?
Yes.
What did you notice?
A couple of things. There was some things that looked like flesh in a sort of this part of either an elbow and an arm or the part of a knee and a leg, and noticed immediately the smell of human decomposition.
Okay. Had you noticed that smell prior to that trash bag being removed?
No.
Okay. And again, in looking at this photo, actually I'll pass that back up. If I could please have number 18 and 19 and 42, please. Okay, this has been previously admitted. With this photo, is that what you were just referencing a few moments ago?
Yes.
Is that before or after the black trash bag was removed?
This photo would have been taken after.
Okay. So now, did you think that was a baby's leg?
Initially, when I first saw it, I really thought that it might have been a baby doll. It looked like an antique, kind of a flesh color, and it was, it's hard to describe the look of the skin, but it almost did not look real. It had like a shine to it, and as you can tell, it's at least getting dark at this point. We're in the evening, in the wintertime, and we're shining flashlights on it. So I specifically remember that it had like just kind of a shine to it. And initially I thought, is that a baby doll?
Okay. And you said it was dark when you were doing this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you determine that it was not a baby doll?
It was immediately apparent.
Okay. And at that point, what did law enforcement decide to do?
We sort of paused at that point and decided we needed to call some other people in. We made a decision on who was going to perform that search and how it was going to be performed.
Okay. And who did you call in?
Well, we called the forensic center. We would have been calling various supervisors for the relative agencies that were on site.
Okay. And did you remove any items from the playhouse once those individuals arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you remove?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. Let's see. If I could see 42. Did I already ask for that one? I'm sorry. And I'm going to be asking for 22 through 27 in a second, if that helps. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 42. Now, are these items still inside or are they outside the playhouse at this point? Can you tell, or do I need to?
Could I? It might help if I. There, that helps a little bit.
As far as it goes. It's a little dark on the screen. Would
It
you like to
is.
see the exhibit
Yes, yes,
or
that
the
would
photograph
help.
itself?
That's much better.
22 through 27. Are you able to tell if that is inside or outside the playhouse?
It's just outside the playhouse on a like a perch or a porch area.
Okay. I could have that passed back for just a moment. Okay. And at this point, is Evelyn's body still inside that trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Did law enforcement start the process of removing Evelyn from the trash can?
Yes, we did.
Did that take place there, or did it take place at the forensic center?
Removing the items
body,
in the trash can?
Yes.
It took place there on scene.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 22. Is this the start of that process?
Yes.
Can you please use your pointer and show us where Evelyn's head would be located in this photograph? Let's see.
I was pointing it the wrong way. It would be down in this area.
Okay. So essentially she was head down in the trash bag, is that right?
That's correct.
Objection, fully approach.
An objection?
Taken at the
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a continuation of the photographs that were being taken at the time I was taking the photographs.
Okay.
You can see the continued process of removing the contents from the trash can.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 194. Permission to publish. Can you tell the jury in particular what you noticed about the trash bag here, if anything?
Yes, this is a really good representation to show how the bag was packed down in the can. As you can see, essentially the outline of the can, the bag has maintained the shape when being pulled out of the can.
Okay. This has already been previously admitted as number 24. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is a continued photograph in the process of removing the items from the bag.
Okay. Is Evelyn in that bag?
Yes.
Can you tell us where her head is located?
Do you want me to use the pointer?
Yes, please.
It would be down in this area here.
Okay. Can you tell me what's depicted in this photograph?
This is the body of Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And can you tell us what we're looking at here? Using the pointer if you need to.
Could you be more specific?
What are we looking at?
Okay. So again, the body is inside of these contents, or this blanket. Right here is a blanket. It's grayish, and you can really start to see it's a little difficult to see on the the screen with what it's doing with the colors, but right in this area, you're beginning to see the outfit that Evelyn has on. And in addition to that, you're beginning to see the shape of the head of Evelyn right here. And this is aluminum foil that is formed around the victim's head.
Previously marked exhibit number 26. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing here?
This is a photograph of the trash bag after Evelyn's body was removed from the trash bag.
Okay. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Can I use the pointer?
Mm-hmm.
This picture, you can see again the victim is lying here, this being the shape of the head. This is the trash bag. She had just been removed, and at the bottom of the bag were trash contents.
Okay. So what, was anything else in that bag that had been removed?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've got a bag there full of food debris.
Yeah.
Was anything else located in that bag other than that food debris?
Along with things that were already removed.
What else had been removed?
The blanket with the body and the aluminum foil.
So Evelyn's body was in that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Can I please have 34 and 40? Okay. I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 34. Can you tell the jury what they are seeing here?
Yes, you can really start to see the outline of the body at this point, of the body of Evelyn. Which right here is the head, with the blanket formed to the head. This is the outfit. That is Evelyn's hand, and this is a blanket that is wrapped around Evelyn.
Okay, can you tell us where Evelyn's face is located?
It would be right in this area.
Okay. And I'm going to show you one more, previously marked as exhibit number 40. Can you tell the jury what they are looking at here?
Yes, here I was focusing in on the trash can, specifically for this item,
Okay.
which was a piece of gum that was stuck to the side of the trash can.
And was that collected?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. After Evelyn's body had been taken out, what was done with the foil, if anything?
The foil was collected and ultimately sent to the TBI lab, initially in Knoxville, and later on it was sent to our lab in Nashville.
Okay. Okay. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph taken later at the Knoxville lab of the aluminum foil that was collected.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the foil that was collected from the body of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 195.
Any objection?
That was good.
And permission to publish.
Full exhibit one.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
Yes, this is different sheets of aluminum foil. They were stretched out as best that I could without damaging them, and I stretched them out onto a large table at the Knoxville lab and photographed them.
And were those also collected as evidence?
Yes, they were collected that night, and at the time they were at the Knoxville lab, and I believe shortly after that were sent to the Nashville lab.
After Evelyn's body was processed there at Muddy Creek, where did her body go?
It was taken to the forensic center in Johnson City.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
For Dr. Schmidt to complete an autopsy.
Okay. And did you ever receive confirmation that the remains found in the playhouse were those of missing baby Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't know if this is a good place to stop. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached the point and we're going to stop for today. Looking to admonish you not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial.
Where'd the sound go? We want to hear those instructions. And then, nope, it just turned the sound off right then and there. Oh dear. True Crime Addicted says, rest in peace, sweet baby. Yes. Okay. And that's it. They just don't know what time they'll be back in on Monday, but normally it would be 8:30 that counsel will be in for a 9 o'clock start. They won't be caught on Sunday, of course. It will be again on Monday, as I say. So Monday will be day 5. We'll be watching that together. It sounds like David Gratz will obviously continue with the direct examination and evidence that they had found. And then it will be cross-examination, and I can only imagine then we're starting to get closer to, the medical examiner taking the stand, right? That's going to be tough, but very important evidence as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching with me. If you haven't yet hit the thumbs up, please do that as well. That's a really great free way to support the work that I do. Just know it's not because you like the topic, because some people feel uncomfortable hitting the thumbs up based on the topic. It's not about that. It's if you like the way that I present true crime, or you want more people to learn about this case, it lets YouTube know, that they could show it to more people. So thank you so much. Thank you, mods. I really appreciate it. And everyone that watched today, that's a great source of support as well, for all your stickers and everything. And if you have made it over to Patreon or a member, thank you so much as well. What we're going to do now is buckle up, and we're going to redirect or teleport to the next stream, which is actually a premiere, which is a pre-recorded video that will have a live chat embedded. In the comments section, I put a pinned comment there for you so that you can click on it and learn how to find the live chat, because many people seem to get lost in just the comment section and not finding the live chat that's embedded in the premiere. And what it is remember day 2, I had to split the day into a morning session and afternoon session because I had a very important interview that I conducted between those two. Yeah, that's what's premiering tomorrow. It was an interview with District Attorney Ray Tierney in the Long Island serial killer case, and I'm very excited to show it to you guys tomorrow. So it's all ready to go for tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. I hope to see you all in the chat there. And thank you so much. Please look after your mental health. These cases, especially involving children, are very difficult. They can get under your skin a bit. They can make you feel very, very sad. So look after your mental health. Get some fresh air, have a good rest. I'll see you tomorrow at the premiere, and then of course on Monday we continue with the trial. Lastly, if you haven't seen that I've been uploading videos for you as well in Madeline Soto's case, there are 2 new videos for you if you want to go check those out. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Wishing you a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the Super Bowl tomorrow if you're in America and you watch that. And I'll see you at the premiere, 2 p.m. Eastern. Let's go there now. I'll put the link in the chat as well. And if you want to just wait for the outro, you should be teleported there. Okay, bye everyone.